Hey everybody, how's it going? Welcome to the RambleCast. It's January 5th. We're talking in the new year 2022. How are you all doing? I'm here with Corbin.
Hello. Oh, this is the first one of 2022.
It is. Not my first stream. I game streamed, but...
Yes. First time I am here, which is a momentous occasion.
It is. Because that's never happened in 2021 or before. At least It's never happened in 2022.
I am very exclusive.
So, holy crap.
Still trying to open the chat.
You will never remember to do that until the stream starts.
It's too many links. Too many things I have to click to get there.
There's this whole trick. You bookmark a bunch of stuff and then just hold shift when you click the folder. That or right click on it, open a new window or whatever.
Well, I open YouTube and then I see all the videos it wants me to watch. I'm like, oh, I want to watch those videos, and then I remember I'm on a call.
Oh my god, same thing happens to me when we do podcasts.
Wow. Audacity. Audacity.
Okay. Anyway, so...
I entertain myself.
Yeah, we know. No, anyway. So, this is currently CES week. Remind me. Who cares?
Yeah, I was having a conversation about this with someone, and they were like, I thought CES was canceled. And I explained that, like, the actual physical CES event is always just like even before this year, it's kind of just like a thing that happens at the same time. Like, it's not really connected to what any of these companies are doing, really. So yeah, like, really, it's kind of business as usual, even before COVID started shutting stuff down. Like, it's just companies have their own thing going on, ready to go this week. That maybe they're also showing in person at CES, possibly. But the actual physical event is not too meaningful, especially since a lot of the companies that were planning to do like in-person events bailed out. I think the only one I saw that like actually mattered was Samsung, but I think everything they announced was like they also had like already sent out embargoes and press releases for already, so it was kind of just like a, hey, here's everything we're talking about this week kind of deal.
Yeah, pretty much. And funny enough, almost everything they announced had been deeply leaked previously anyway, so there weren't really any secrets there.
Joe's in the chat. Hi, Joe.
Hey, Joe. Also, hello to Carson and Austin. Good to have you guys here.
Austin says CES, more like CE mess. Haha.
True fact. So
Austin's got the banger jokes every single week.
Yeah, so one of the posts that I have written this week, this isn't really a topic, but there's a paragraph at the end that I'm specifically highlighting. I wrote about Sony's announcements of new TVs, and honestly, like, the announcement marginally kind of cool. The TVs themselves, frankly, aren't really that interesting, but they are announcing this camera that's kind of neat. The camera basically watches the environment, and it watches for people. It can dim the TV, blah blah blah. Like, it's a neat feature. Cheers to them for wanting to do it. But the part that stands out to me is the part I wrote at the very end. Quote, while all the new TVs and the Bravia Cam are debuting this week for CES 2022, none of them will be hitting store shelves for a while. Sony plans to make pricing and availability announcements in the spring, so if you're eager to replace blah blah blah, we don't care about the rest. But so they're announcing something, telling you it's happening, and then they're saying, oh yeah, by the way, just stay tuned, we'll actually announce this for real sometime in the future. And here's the thing.
Yes.
This has been going on for years. This is part of the reason I kind of actually hate CES, because so many companies, they do like a pre-announcement saying, by the way, we're working on this. And then they basically say, yeah, just come back later. We'll actually have it for you for real someday in the future. Come on.
Yeah, basically almost every tech event is like this, where the we're telling you about it is distinct from the event of you can buy this on a store right now. But CES is definitely the worst offender there, where it's offender. I mean, just because it's almost more like a investors report, or like investors like look ahead statement, than like a tech announcement. Like, it's kind of just like saying like, hey, this is what we're working on for the next 6 to 8 months, just FYI. Which, like, I guess is neat, but I get really bogged down on the announcements of announcements.
Yeah.
It's like I'm getting deja vu writing a news article. Like, haven't I wrote this before? Pretty sure I've typed these words in this order before.
I know, it's so bad. And as Carson's bringing up, Google's whole blog post today, which we'll talk a little bit about some of that stuff later.
I saw that blog post and I refuse to read it. I just get annoyed reading anything Google publishes at this point, because they're the worst offender of announcing things multiple times and being like very vague about what's happening with it. Like I saw the coverage of that go up, and my first thought was like, oh god, do I have to decipher this and write it as news? And I checked our website, and someone else had already wrote all that before us. I was like, oh good, I really didn't want to do that today. That's way too much for me to handle right now.
I remember this one incident. I want to say this was about 2 years ago, maybe 3. For whatever reason, they sent out this announcement, and it was a long blog post. I by whatever metric we would call a page, I would say it was about like 2.5-3 pages long blog post. At least, probably 1,200 words. I go reading through it, and it's like, a lot of this stuff seems familiar. So I go point for point, reading the entire thing, and I go search. Literally every single thing but a single detail in like the last paragraph was all old. And the thing in the last paragraph didn't matter. Half of this stuff was announced or happened over a year earlier. I ended up writing back to the Google PR person and being like, okay, you need to tell me like what in here is new, because here are links to things that I found. Can you sort this out for me? Explain to me what things are new here. And the answer was, well, we really want to make sure people know about these things. And it's like, no, that's not an answer to my question. What is new? And he's like, well, this is new, and this thing here just it came out about a month ago, but we didn't really announce it at the time. And it's like, okay, so you gotta understand this is gonna be a pretty short post. Like, no offense, but I'm not just gonna repost a bunch of this stuff. And so yeah, I ended up writing up, and god, the amount of hours I wasted on sorting it out to end up doing a super short post. But I basically said, yeah, here's the new thing, here's the thing that they also just did, and Google also highlighted, and I have this long paragraph of like just a list of all the things that they highlighted with links back to all of our old coverage. And it's like, come on, this cannot be a good strategy. This hurts you because it makes people not want to cover your stuff.
I don't think it hurts them. I think the number of outlets that actually check what is new or not is very limited.
Well, yeah, because the thing is,
I think it's probably working.
Eventually, just stop covering it, though. That's kind of the thing. Like, in my case, I was covering mostly developer-oriented stuff, so a lot of outlets already aren't covering it. But we've seen this happen. Like, announcements come out.
Oh yeah, yeah, I got foiled by this like a month ago, I think, with a developer thing. Um, Google updated their Flutter library recently, and of course, I know what Flutter is. But I haven't used it personally, so I'm not like fully up to date with everything happening with it. Like I know I've used Dart, I have not used Flutter. So I wrote this announcement for a new Flutter release, and it was the Flutter release was mostly just it has an updated version of the Dart language, and I think there was like a couple very minor improvements in the Flutter framework itself, and then also there was a new game graphics library. So like their thing was like I forget what it was, but it's some game engine thing. But anyway, so the game engine thing was like the big thing, like what people would care about, because no one cares about language updates.
No.
So especially when it's a different language. So like I ideally would have covered it when Dart itself was updated. And it turns out the game library is not made by Google and is not really tied to that release. They just put that in.
Yeah.
And someone from 9 to 5 Google DM'd me to tell me. I was like, oh my, this is what I get for blindly believing a Google blog post.
Yeah, and
that's on me for not checking every single detail in what they put out.
Oh yeah, no, it's I can't count how many times I've had to just parse through huge amounts of extra stuff with their blog posts to honestly tell. Like, I don't want to say they're lying, but it feels like that. It feels pretty dishonest.
They're doing. I don't know how to describe it. It's like the difference between. I don't know how to describe it, but like it's very clearly not meant for us trying to distill information. It is just like it's marketing.
Yeah.
And so it's like.
And hey, nothing
Great.
against marketing. Cheers. Go ahead, please market stuff, but
yes,
it's okay if you be more.
But please,
be
please
straightforward about it.
Yeah, like in your email to me, tell me what here is actually new, so I don't make an ass out of myself again.
Yeah.
Not that anyone noticed, because I don't think too many people read that article, but still.
Exactly. And once or twice, I have written to PR agents and been like, "Look, seriously, it helps us, me, and you if you tell me exactly what's actually relevant here." Actually, okay, this one isn't really our industry, but I actually got into an argument with a PR person who was sending me stuff about upcoming movies, which I've been doing that movie post, so I kind of got into that world a little more than I really needed to. But this guy was sending me these unbelievably long blog posts basically saying, hey, here's the upcoming stuff for the month of whatever on this streaming service no one's ever heard of. By the way, if anyone's ever heard of the streaming service Arrow, good for you. You're one of like none. Anyway, so he's every blog post he sends me, I'm looking through, I'm spending like 15-20 minutes trying to figure out what here is new. And at one point I finally wrote him back saying, dude, look, like you need to tell me what here is actually new release, not what's new to the service, not what the service is doing. None of that stuff is helping me at all. But I'll tell you, honestly, you're taking too much of my time. If you can't tell me what's new directly, I'm gonna stop covering your stuff. Because I don't want to, I can't post in here that these 3 movies are new when it turns out they came out in like the 90s. And they're just, your service just started picking them up. Like, that doesn't work. And he's like, oh yeah, sure, I'll do that. He responds one time with what's new and then just keeps sending the blog post, and it's like, yeah, dude, sorry. No.
Get time to get blah.
Yeah, like you can send the emails, I'm not blocking them, but I'm just not reading them. Like,
I block all the time.
I know.
You send me weird press releases that aren't like really related to what I read about at all. I'm looking. I'm gonna actively look for the unsubscribe link, or just block you if I can't find it.
Yeah. Well, the reason with him is I figured maybe someday, because he was actually sending PR for other stuff too, so I didn't want to block that. But also, I figured one of these days they might catch on that this method is not helping them. But yeah. Anyway, I it kills me watching watching them think that this is good marketing when it's really hurting them. Which circles back to again, Google and all the stuff that they announced today that was honestly, like, a lot of it is old, and then there are a few, actually there's several things that are new, but a lot of the new stuff kind of just got bundled together with old stuff, so parsing it all out just sucks.
Yeah. So yeah, there's a lot of stuff. I don't really know where to start because I don't. I'm thinking back to what I wrote, and I can't remember if all of it has gone live yet or not. What I can and cannot talk about. So I'm just gonna scroll through what is live on the website with my name on it, and see what's new. So
well,
yeah,
I don't know if you wrote about this, but I think we can quickly just jump straight into the car stuff.
okay.
Google.
I know what a car is. Okay.
You've had a couple of them even.
I unfortunately have.
Yeah. So since I already have the link open, I'm just using AP's coverage. But yeah, Google is going to be upgrading things for both Android Auto and automotive. Did you cover this?
Oh, I did. I'm not aware of this.
Yeah.
Put a link in the Ramble or something, or tell me what to search for.
Well, here I'll.
Here, wait, I can probably find
link
it.
to the YouTube. Link is in the YouTube channel.
Oh, is this the Google's bringing your Android power car article?
I don't know. Is there? I'm not sure if there's something different, but
okay. Yes. That's the link you just posted. I was okay. Let's just check.
Yeah. So anyway, okay. So sorry, I needed to double check that I was even reading the right part. So yeah, apparently there's going to be support for, of course, the key, like using your phone as a car key thing. They have a Android Auto wireless adapter that Google's actually supporting, as opposed to the hacked together versions that have come out. I've used one of which, and it actually was pretty good. So I'm a little.
Oh, I have things to say about the adapter.
Oh, go for it.
Yeah, so I got the press release for this, and it's very weird. So I don't know if Google's involved in this at all. It's called the it's called the Motorola MA1. It's not made by Motorola. It's made by a company that has used the Motorola name for making like earbuds and like home phones. So kind of a weird product, but yeah, it's $80 and you're supposed to just be able to plug it in the USB port of your car and get wireless auto. I'm going to try to buy this when it comes out, because I've been having issues with wired auto in my car. I don't know if it's the USB port on my phone or something with the port on the car's end or something else, but I'm having it like disconnect a lot. Like if I move, I think it's a port on the phone, because it happens when I like.
Have you tried changing cables?
Like, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I tried cable. I tried, making sure everything's all plugged in super tight. But like if I like push my phone around sometimes, like if I pick it out of its, drink holder and then put it back down, sometimes it disconnects for a second. So I want to try this. But yeah, it's $80. I'll have to see if it works well. But but I think this is the first like semi-reputable version of this. I know there's the AA Wireless project that has existed for a little bit, but it's kind of been made in like small quantities. And I saw there are like a couple of no-name products on Amazon that I think do this, but I can't tell because they also like some of them are just some of them are mislabeled for like Apple CarPlay, and some of them are like an actual self-contained Android device that tries to route its display through CarPlay or Android Auto. So I think this is like the first mainstream one of these, but I don't know. And again, it's not like even really made by like a big company. It's made by a random electronics company that has a license to Motorola.
Yeah. I mean,
if it works, it works. Like it's, maybe there's Bobby's Electronics Store on Amazon that has one of these, and that has been selling it for a year. I don't know.
Yeah, really. Yeah, I feel like this isn't necessarily the best thing, but hey, it is what it is.
I do wish this was more like compact, because if I buy this, it's just gonna have like a thing hanging out of my center console.
Sadly, that's pretty much how you have to do it, because a lot of
cars
don't have like a good location where you can put a module like this where it's going to just fit in nice and snug.
Yeah, and it's like all the like flash, like all the it's that case of sometimes when you would get like flash drives and they would cover like the ports around them on your laptop. Like I'm sure it's like that for cars, where some of these USB ports on some of these cars are probably like jammed like very far back, and they need like a little bit of a cable.
That being said, one thing I really wish that they would do, and I guess this isn't the worst looking at this picture of it, but I really wish that they would make them with longer cables. Not a lot longer, just a little bit longer, and maybe even retractable or something like that. The reason I want this is because I think what they need to do is, and I actually suggested doing exactly this thing with my review of the Walmart on 4K streaming box. I think what the best thing you can do is literally just stick like some Velcro on the back of one of these things and mount it right to the side of wherever, somewhere where it's convenient and won't be flopping around. That's the only good way to do this, because you don't want it hanging around. You don't want it floating if you can avoid that. Ideally, it should just have something like that.
Yeah, this wasn't in the press release I got, but The Verge's coverage of this said that they're putting some kind of like mounting tape in the box, kind of like what a couple like media players do. So presumably you'll be able to stick this somewhere so it's not just like rattling around in your car. Or, I mean, I also have, if it doesn't, I've got some double-sided tape to solve that problem too. So
yeah. One other thing, and let's see, I see super zoomed in. I do see there is a button, or it looks like a button on the side of this, but I'm not sure if it's a button or a light or something like that.
Yeah.
What?
Probably like a reset or something.
That would be my guess. But one thing I am kind of hoping for, I don't know, what I think they should do, because I specifically gave this suggestion to the developers of AA Wireless. I think what they need to do, or what all these should do, is have a toggle on them so that you can like bounce between two different profiles. The reason I've suggested this actually comes from, I can't remember who it was, but one of the people who at least hangs out in the Discord brought up the fact that they would get into the car, and then I think it was a wife or girlfriend or somebody would also get into the car, and sometimes it would connect the wrong phone, and there was really no way to fix that other than literally turn your phone off, turn off the Wi-Fi or something like that. Like fixing the stupidity of which device connects first just shouldn't have to happen. You should just be able to flip a switch and say, yeah, I want this profile to connect. And that sort of thing, it makes sense. I don't know why this isn't a thing on every wireless dongle and Android Auto Wireless itself. It just makes so much sense.
Mm-hmm.
But no, the idea of two people living together and both having Android phones, insanity.
I know this was like one of my huge issues when I was I was trying to get a good like media playing streaming solution for my family's TV, where it seems like so many of them are built for like one person to be managing an account, or like some like not any use like early Android TV had this issue where like you couldn't really have multiple, or like each person have its own Google account, and some apps have user profiles and some don't. Like the Chromecast was like kind of good for that, but it eventually turned into a buggy mess. And then I switched our TV to Roku, which doesn't really like it just relies on the apps to have user profiles, but pretty much all of them have that now anyway. But yeah, there is like a shocking amount of technology that I feel like should really have good support for changing who is using it and changing the settings accordingly, and just does not.
Mm-hmm.
It's very weird. It makes me wonder if most of the people at these companies are just live alone.
Yeah, don't get me started on that, but
it reminds me of that video that made the rounds on, I think it was Twitter, where someone found a motion activated like soap dispenser in a bathroom that didn't activate for black people. Like a white guy like waved his hand under it and it did, and then the like black guy came in and just did. Like, wow. There's a lot of technology that you can tell is not tested or really thought of outside of like Central California. Or with
Corbin, I know it's been a while since you've been there, but Central California, fun fact, actually does have black people.
I know. Yeah, I'm aware of this.
Wow.
So anyway, that's kind of why I roll my eyes whenever like the occasional time I see people like complaining about attempts to make companies more diverse. It's like it's kind of important. Like, I'm sure, like, I imagine if Google had more people that probably weren't like single white guys, Android TV would have had multi-user support a long time ago, and it would have been great. But it still really doesn't. I don't know what the holdup is there, but yeah.
Well,
so
trying in some meager effort to move away from that particular angle. Hashtag Corbin is over party.
Yeah.
So
I've been canceled.
Yes. Future cancellation pending. Anyway, the lack of consideration for things like that. I mean, we've talked about Android TV for years. This was literally one of the complaints in the review of the very first Android TV device that AP posted. At least I don't know how many reviews complained about that, but it was certainly something.
Well, I had a Nexus player. That was one of like the first sort of, and that was an issue on there.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I complained about it. Wait, did that make it into the article? Because the article I wrote got heavily cut down. But I wrote about the ADT1 before the Nexus player was even out, if I recall. Mm-hmm. And yeah, it was obviously a problem even then, and I remember complaining about it. And yeah, I mean, we've complained about a lot of this, and it was a complaint in an AP editorial just a few months back. And not long after that, of course,
yeah,
Google announced they were going to
I remember I think I remember Rita writing that.
Yeah, she wrote at least 2 of them. We've had a lot of those, honestly. But it's something that has been complained about so many times, and Google finally decides, hey, we're going to do it, and it's going to be in Google TV. And they announced it and said, yeah, it'll be in the next few weeks, and then it didn't happen, and then eventually Google's like, yeah, we're not done yet. Just future, it's going to happen, we swear.
Yeah.
And someone can correct me if I'm wrong, but as far as I'm aware, it still hasn't happened. Which we're now months past that happening. In fact, I'm gonna look that up.
I've used the Google TV interface for about a couple hours. I used it long enough to make sure the Walmart TV thing I reviewed worked as advertised, and it has not been plugged back into my TV. But depending or not, if Samsung rolls out its TV update that adds an NFT tab, that will determine if I plug that back in and just use that full time.
Oh, jeez. Okay, so for reference, the announcement came October 11th, 2021. I wrote that post, in fact, and that was the one where they promised we're going to do profiles, like straight up. They were going to do profiles, and then it didn't happen. And then in the beginning of December, they said, nah, it's coming in 2022. No specifics. It's gonna be 2022.
I know they have to program like a TV UI and stuff for this, but I really don't get why this is difficult. Like, Android has had multi-user support for like 5-8 years. Like, I think they added this in, I think it was in Nougat, or Marshmallow, one of those updates. And I know the secondary profiles like can't quite do as much. Like, I think for some like system settings, only the main user can access them. But like, it shouldn't be this much of a problem. Like, it's still based on Android. It's still got, whatever code is in there for multi-user, surely. I don't know what the holdup is.
Okay, so for reference, wow, it was Jelly Bean.
Oh.
Okay,
yeah.
Well, strictly speaking, I picked one of the first articles I found, but one of our features on AP was Android 4.3 multi-user with restricted profiles. So, 4.2 actually.
Oh.
First sentence in this article: 4.2 introduced a major change for tablets, multi-user profiles. So yeah, 4.2 added.
Yeah,
this.
I really don't get why this is so difficult. Like, you already did it. You just have to make a TV UI for it.
Yeah. So that means they have had multi-user profiles since 2012. 10 years later, and we still don't have it baked properly into Android TV. And that's one thing that bugs me too. It's Google TV that actually is getting it. Android TV doesn't. So if for some reason you're running a device that never actually gets Google TV's like that flavor, yeah, you don't get this. It has to be baked in by somebody else.
Yeah. I have a fun TV thing I saw we can talk about while we're on TVs. I'll plop this in your Discord. Bam.
Is this one of the new announcements?
This is new.
Oh no, okay. This is a hardware thing.
Yes. So this is a TV tuner box called the Tableau. Is that what it's? Yes.
Sure.
The Tableau ATSC 3.0 Quad HDMI. Might need to work on that name a little bit. But this is kind of cool because I think this is only the second or third mainstream box that supports ATSC 3.0 over the air broadcast, which is like the new broadcast TV standard that's supposed to let you have 4K over the air broadcasting, like without cable or anything. And a lot of channels are already broadcasting on ATSC3. Like I know at least 5 or 6 in my area have switched over. But so far, all the tuners have kind of been expensive. So I have not tried that yet. But this is another one of like the high end ones. Like this has 4 tuners in it, so you can, yeah, so you can potentially record like 3 shows on different channels at the same time and watch something else live if you want. It's kind of like Sling TV stuff, where it records stuff to an external hard drive, so you got to buy a hard drive too on top of the I think it's $300. Yes, $300 cost for this box. But then you can plug this into your TV, like you can plug the HDMI into your TV to watch everything, or I think you can stream it with their app to other devices connected to the account. But yeah, it looks pretty neat. I'd like if I could get one of these for free at some point, because I kind of want to try this, but I also don't want to spend this, because like like live TV is not good enough for me to spend $300 on one of these. But yeah, it's kind of neat. I hope these keep getting cheaper, because the tuner in my TV is just ATSC 2.0, so I only get 1080p even though my TV can output 4K.
I'm sure they'll get cheaper. I have a hunch that there's going to be a floor though, and the floor is going to be fairly high up there, just because the hardware to do this stuff is going to have a lot of patents attached to it.
Yeah, like ATSC 3.0 is pretty. It's almost more like wireless internet than it is just like your TV is picking up a signal.
Mm-hmm.
Like I know there's some stuff in the standard for like interactive content and that kind of stuff. I think there's some other restrictions in there, but yeah. So that's kind of neat. Also, the thing with these boxes is that another reason why I haven't picked up any of these is because it kind of removes one of the main nice thing I like about live TV, which is that I don't have to switch inputs or grab a different remote or something. Like it's just built into my TV.
Mm-hmm.
Which is really nice. Like I can just, like I'm watching YouTube and I can just click a button and it'll go, and I can like talk to my remote on my TV and say go to channel 10 or whatever. And that is nice. I do like that. That's just a thing that all smart TVs have. And if I get a box and I can't do that, and usually the interfaces for these boxes are not that great, and Samsung's is actually kind of okay. So, but yes, Diablo said also, Corby, you don't have to worry about Disney renegotiating. Yeah, I did that. I did do an editorial kind of about this when not the most recent YouTube TV thing was happening, but their squabble with NBC a couple months ago, and the editorial was basically like, hey, you buy this $30 antenna and plug it into the back of your TV that already has a tuner in it. Like, there's your backup for the couple days when you don't have a channel on YouTube TV because these large companies can't come to an agreement. Like it's just a good backup. Like it works well for that. Especially considering most of the channels that keep getting in these debates are the ones that broadcast over the air in most markets. Like it's NBC, ABC, Fox, AB, those. Sometimes it's not. Sometimes it's one of the channels that are only on cable, but a lot of the time it's something that is already being broadcast in the air, and you just need like a $30 antenna in your TV you already own.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I feel like that's going to be one of the things that just has to start stabilizing it. There is such a messiness with the content licensing that
Yeah,
it's always going to be bad, but I feel like there's got to be someone's going to draw a line where it's like, no, seriously, we don't want to fight about this all the time. Let's just negotiate something and make it a solid plan and stick with it from here on out.
that's what I thought. But, you know, when I was trying to figure out what the term for this is for when I was writing an article, which is carriage dispute, the word of the day, carriage dispute, and I found the Wikipedia article for it, and it's, you know, the same exact thing going back 40 years.
Oh yeah.
Like, this has not changed. At this point, I'm pretty sure it never will. This is just a thing, and now it's evolving. It's getting worse because, you know, back in the 80s, we didn't have TVs that shipped with remotes with buttons for certain services on them.
Yeah.
And other weird, like, interconnecting partnerships. Like, I was trying to read about this during the Roku stuff, and like the idea of Google blocking YouTube on a Roku is so ridiculous because it's a website.
Mm-hmm.
Like this, like if the Roku had a web browser, it could just open YouTube in the web browser. It's what Amazon did until they finally stopped squabbling like toddlers.
Well, and strictly speaking, it could also be argued that that was Roku's fault because they don't allow a web browser on the device, and moreover, and correct me if I'm wrong, maybe I am, but I believe you can't. I believe that they don't allow just casual app development. Like you can't. I know.
I think something with that changed recently. Like it's a little bit more locked down. I remember people complaining because apparently I've not verified this, but apparently there are a lot of third-party porn channels on Roku that people like to sideload because they're not in the App Store because it's porn. And apparently it's getting harder to do that. I think like they might have added some new restriction lately. So there's a wave of articles that was like Roku's cracking down on porn, but yeah, no, it's not open at all. Like it's not even close to Android TV in that regard. But yeah, but it's just it's so weird when the content providers and the hardware is now becoming inseparably intertwined. Mm-hmm. Where now we have these issues where like this thing that should just be like a website you access, it should be completely distinct from the hardware, is now connected because they have deals about sponsored placement and they have deals related to like access to certain features that need something, so they want something in return, and it's so ridiculous. Like I was not looking forward to explaining to my mom why YouTube was not working on her TV anymore because they have Roku TVs over there. That wasn't something I was looking forward to helping her like find a replacement fix alternative for.
Yeah.
So glad that didn't go through because that would have been annoying. But yeah, so that's not fun. But yeah, in summary, get a little antenna and maybe do better than me. Mine's like duct taped to the wall because like I don't have like a good place to mount it. So
wait, like actual duct tape?
No, it's well it was like I was using like transparent packing tape before to make it look like slightly not terrible, but I did eventually buy like the like mounting strips that people use for like picture frames, and that's how it's on the wall right now, so that's fine. It looks okay now. I mean, it's still not great, but it's fine. It almost looks acceptable. It's okay, no one else lives here.
Okay, I'm actually looking at Roku's development docs, and it looks like obviously like normal people aren't just gonna do this, but it looks like it probably, oh wait, oh maybe not. Oh, I'd probably have to go digging through here, but I have a funny feeling that it is possible. You just have to jump through a lot more hoops than you should possibly want to. Sure and it's not something normal people are doing. It's something for you and me to mess with. But you know, that's still That's pretty damning when you basically have to like crack open or like root a Roku. I doubt you have to root it, but if you have to plug cables in and plug it into your computer in order to do something, you have a problem.
It's still like if you want to do anything remotely like that, just Android TV, whatever, or one of those boxes that's just like running like normal Android, that are all over the place, or Fire TV because it's Android. But yeah. So.
Oh my.
So did you find the porn?
No. I just found a make use of article. In order to get your Roku into developer mode so that you can sideload apps, you press home, up, right, left, right. I'm not kidding.
The Konami code to enable developer mode.
Yeah.
That's kind of funny.
Then you have to write down your IP address, agree to some licensing, create a password, then log into the Roku interface from your computer, so that you can then upload the zip file of the app. That's how you sideload stuff.
Yeah, that doesn't sound fun.
I mean, it's not the hardest thing for a normal person to follow, but that's also the stupidest thing any person should ever follow.
Yeah. So you want to talk about new Fossil watches, perhaps?
Well, as it turns out, I do have 2 articles open for that, so...
Oh, perfect.
Which is amazing that we wrote 2 articles for a watch that is completely irrelevant.
Yeah, one of these is extremely stupid. And I did see this thing, and I did ask one of the editors, and I was like, should this be 2 articles? Because it's 2 watches. And then I saw what the production number was on one of them. I was like, oh, okay, this doesn't matter at all.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, the first watch is an updated version of the Skagen Falster smartwatch from Fossil Group, which is probably, like, I think consistently in one of the best looking Wear OS smartwatches over the years, because it kind of goes more for like that original Moto 360 look, where it's just like no bulky bezels, it's just the absolute bare frame and then like detached lugs coming at the side, so it looks very minimalist.
I look at it and my thought is Huawei watch. Because the Huawei watch was very much this sort of minimalist. It had
raised bezels,
yeah,
but this one doesn't.
Yeah, little differences there, but I mean, it was still just so simple. It didn't go with the heavily stylized looks or anything like that. It was just a very simple design.
Yeah. I'm trying to see, do I have mine over here? I think I do.
Why is our... There we go. Man, AP's images are so bad. The way our galleries work is just terrible.
So I don't have a band on it right now, so I just have the detached watch. But I have my Skagen Falster 2 right here. And hold on, I gotta... the background blurring is not happy with this, but... Yeah, so like it's very, like these are the lugs to the watch, like where it connects to a watch band. It's very, very minimal. Like so I reviewed this one, the Skagen Falster, I think it was the 3. That was one they made based on the Fossil Gen 5. And the Fossil Gen 6 just came out, so they're now in the process of updating all their other watches to be based on that newer hardware. And they just did it for the Skagen Falster, so it looks pretty much the same as before, which is good because I think the design is what everyone liked. But it's got the upgraded Snapdragon Wear 4100 chip. It's got the 8 gigs of internal storage. It's got the gig of RAM. Still got Wear OS 2 because
that's all anyone but Samsung is going to have until I/O.
Yeah, and it's getting the update at some point. So yeah, but again, so yeah, it's a good watch. Like if I was in the market for a wear OS watch, that's probably the one I would buy just because I like the 3 so much. Um, and so yeah, so besides that, Fossil also did something very bizarre. They partnered with Razer to make a Razer X Fossil. What is it called? Razer X Fossil Gen 6 smartwatch. And basically, this is a Gen 6 with some custom watch faces and there's two bands in the box. One of them is black, one of them is green. It looks horrific. I don't know. Maybe if you're going to like a rave or something, the green band would look kind of cool. But I like green, but that's like the neon green Razer look that I don't quite dig.
I feel like this is the sort of thing that a few Android fans, like hardcore Android fans who just like the color green, are probably gonna look at and go, "Yeah, this is cool." Everyone else is gonna.
Yeah, I mean it's all subjective.
Yeah. Otherwise, this feels
it's
very eye rolly.
But yeah, it's just a Fossil Gen 6. There's no hardware changes here. The watch looks it's just the black Gen 6 with custom bands and a different watch face. They said in like their press release that it supports like the Razer Chroma stuff, but that's just for, I think it's just for changing colors in the watch face. There's not any like LED lights on the watch itself, which would have been cool. That would have been really stupid and probably made it last 2 hours on a charge, but I would have at least appreciated the effort. But again, like this doesn't really matter at all because Razer said they're only making 1,337 units, which is that like
lead.
Yeah, it's like the lead. Yeah, I'm like, okay, guys, we get it.
Here's the thing. That's not really even much of a commitment when what you're really saying is, yeah, we're just going to make 1,337 watch bands. Because these are just Gen 6s. There is no physical change to the watch.
But it's so weird because, like, like this is a distinct product, and it's going to retailers that, or at least it was going to retailers that don't sell the, like, it seems to be using like Razer's distribution network a little bit here. So again, it's just very like there was some amount of effort in this, but they're only making 1,000 of them. So this is more of a PR stunt than anything else.
My question,
I don't
kind of is the reason for this really to put this out on the market? Because at that number, like, this isn't going to hit store shelves, not really. My hunch is that these might actually be like prizes or giveaways that they're going to do for people, but they also want them out there in case somebody wants to buy them.
I guess. I don't know. My assumption when I read that was like, okay, so the first production run is 1,000 units, but Razer said like very specifically in their PR, like there will only ever be this number of them. I don't know if I like 100% buy that, but
I mean, if they suddenly sold like all of them in a day, I bet they'd make more. It may not be identical. They might do some tweaks so that they could say like, no, we swore we weren't gonna do all these others. But yeah, they're gonna, if they see money to be made, they'll do it.
Yeah, like Diablo said, they're probably testing the waters to see interest in. Again, that's like my guess. They're very denying that right now. Like they've said, like there will only ever be this number of those watches. But I don't know. Again, maybe like they could make like a slightly tweaked version of this, and then that has like a full production run or something. I don't know.
That or they might do another limited run, like just perpetually do limited runs of like, hey, we're only making 10,000.
It's the Indiegogo model. Yeah.
We're only making 10,000. We swear there will never be more. Once those 10,000 sell out, next generation.
Yeah, but yeah, so that Skagen watch will be $295 retail, which I think was what the last one was, and then the Razer thing that you probably won't be able to buy anyway is $329,
and
which I believe is $30 more than a normal Gen 6. So you're paying $35 for the Razer tax. I haven't checked what is the Gen 6 right now.
So What you said is correct, except they come in two prices.
Right, like if you want like the cheapo band on the Gen 6 is cheaper.
Basically, yeah. So normal price for the lowest end option, or the lowest price you can get a Gen 6 is for $300 or $299. And then for $319, though this used to be $329, you can get one of the other variants. And some of this is actually like body differences, not just band differences. But yeah, so, and I know that was $329. I remember looking at that when I wrote the review and thinking $30 more. That's okay, you know, for some of these. That's
like I think the dazzled
basically
version is one of the more expensive ones. Yeah.
Well, though, let's see. I mean, I'm looking at it on stream right now.
I just checked on Amazon. The normal one that was $299 is on sale for $230 right now. So
yeah,
that's a decent discount.
Yeah. Point being, now that the watch is already selling for cheaper, you shouldn't buy Razer's thing anyway. You can go buy a green band. Let's be honest. That's
the great thing about Fossil smartwatches is that they just use the standard watch band. So there's like millions of choices.
Yep.
And I'm looking at the Amazon listing for the black Gen 6 with the leather band. That looks pretty. It looks nice. Reminds me, I need to get like a good leather band for my watch. I tried getting one, but it kind of looks different than it did when I ordered it. But it's like more tan-ish. But this is what I've got on my Galaxy Watch 4 right now.
Hold on.
So,
had to change scenes.
Wow. Oh, yep. Watch turned off.
I love
there it goes.
I love how your camera is just trying so hard.
It's trying its best.
Or is that's Jitsi doing that, right?
That is Jitsi, yeah. I'm on Linux. I don't get software customization for my webcam.
True fact. But yeah, I don't get why they did this. I mean, I get the Skagen thing. That's fine. Sure. Go ahead, make whatever variants of the watch you like. Or rather an update in this case. But the Fossil thing is just, or sorry, the Fossil meets Razer thing is just, I'm sorry, it's so dumb. But hey, if people buy into it, cool. I'm more curious who's gonna buy. And I'm not judging someone who does, but I kind of would like to know who's going to buy this because I want to know why.
Like, you mean the Razer one, you mean?
Yeah, sorry. I want to know who's going to buy the Razer version of this because, like, I'm curious, is it because someone actually likes the aesthetic of the band? Is it because someone is kind of like a Razer fanboy type?
Yeah, I think it's just people who like Razer. They're like, oh, cool. A Razer watch that hasn't happened yet.
Yeah,
I don't think.
And I'm not judging against that. Believe it or not, it may sound like I am, but I like, cheers if you dig the brand and you just want to rep for them. Okay, but I'm just curious. Does that exist in a meaningful way?
I think I know those people exist. I think but the issue is that I think there's more than 1,000 of them, like across the world at least. I mean, so I don't know how many of those people will be able to get one, but yeah. So I said I was going to be around for an hour. I've got two small things I was going to hit really quick and then bail on you, if that sounds okay.
Well, I feel a little cheated because I figured I'd drag you into some talk about Chromebook stuff, but go on.
Don't make me talk about Chromebooks, Cody. I fucking hate those. So I just put a link in the RambleCast. Lenovo has a new smart clock.
I actually was offered this for review. Oops.
Yeah. So Lenovo's had these like smart clocks for a couple of years now that are basically, they have like two main ones. They have the normal smart clock, which is basically like it's like a Google Home Mini or Google or Nest Mini now with a screen that can do a couple of things. They're not like smart displays. They're not, even though the software looks like it. I promise they're not, because I reviewed these and they can't do most of the smart display stuff. But it's still like a touch screen that has a clock on it, and you can set alarms on the touch screen. And I think like when you're playing music, you get like touch controls for music playback and stuff like that. So that's and especially because usually they're on sale for like $30 or $40, so they're about the same price as a Nest Mini. So those are neat, I guess. And then they also had the Smart Clock Essential, which is just an audio speaker with like a standard clock LED display that also has like the weather and stuff on it. So it's again like normal bedside clock, but it's also a smart speaker, which I would probably buy that one instead of the weird like not a smart display one. But yeah, so now they at CES they announced a smart clock, Lenovo Smart Clock Essential with Alexa built in. We really need to talk to Lenovo about their product names, but this is basically that essential clock, but instead of Google Assistant, it's Alexa, and that's it. And it's it's the same. So I reviewed the last one they made, which was the Smart Clock 2, and this has the same design, except it has Alexa and it has the essential, like not a smart display. It's just a clock display with Alexa, but it's the same design. It works with the same charging. It works with the same like accessory ecosystem they've been making. So there's like a dock you can put this on top of, and it adds like a wireless charger, which is kind of neat. When I reviewed mine, I really didn't like that the wireless charger didn't have like an ongoing light or something. So once I put my phone in the pad, I had no idea if it was still charging, which is kind of important because sometimes I bump the phone and it stops charging. I don't realize it until the next morning.
Yeah.
They also have like a weird like ambient light thing that it hooks on to.
Yeah, that's what I have zoomed in right now.
Yeah, Diablo said, why does it look like a seal? It does look like some kind of weird marine animal with the light.
I was thinking this is...
Or like an alien.
Okay, I was thinking this is kind of like if you mush together, and very literally mush together, an amoeba, a minion, and one of the characters from Among Us. Like, this has the central focus thing that just it's the Among Us dude, but kind of minion and amoeba shaped. Like, it's not good.
It's very weird. It's very weird, and it completely clashes with like the nice like cloth texture they made. It's like, oh, got this clean looking clock thing. Oh, here's like a weird plastic attachment you put below it. But I don't know. I mean, I guess it kind of looks like it's maybe made for like a kid's room or something. So I don't know.
It's a stretched out brain slug.
Yeah.
Yeah. I honestly, I was looking at the fabric and kind of wondering, like, is that great? Like, it looks like it's just kind of, hey, we saw Google did it, so we're gonna do it too. Which
it is kind of fine, yeah. It's like the same kind of texture that Google has, because I reviewed the not essential Google version of this, but Lenovo wanted it back after I was done, so I don't have that anymore. They really needed their $50 clock back.
Yeah, we'll always wonder what's up with that. Companies that have these expensive review units, they're like, nah, keep them, we're cool. And then Lenovo, yeah, this thing's costing us $10 to make. We can't let you keep it.
Yeah. Although what's funny is that now I'm like 5 miles away from Lenovo's global headquarters, so I could have probably just like walked over and given it back to them, but I did mail it back to them.
I mean, hey, they wanted to pay for shipping.
Yeah, because shipping time.
How funny would it be if you had to drive further to drop it off somewhere than than you could have driven if you just
yeah.
dropped it at
Like
their
the
actual...
headquarters is across the street, but the UPS is like down a few blocks.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Or across town or something. Yeah.
Yeah, and they said this will be $60. Lenovo's a bunch of liars with these smart clock pricing, because every time they've released a smart clock, it's at MSRP for about 45 seconds, and then it drops. Like when I got the Clock 2 to review, it was not even MSRP by the time I finished the review. Like it was already on sale on Lenovo's website, and now it's even cheaper. So I'm sure this will be like $30 like next week, probably.
Yeah. Well, and that happens fairly often with so many products. I received a few for review that they were in MSRP basically on launch day, and then within a couple weeks they were already dropping, and it's like, okay.
Like every Samsung phone.
Well, and LG was really, really big on that with their phones. I remember arguing a lot that people need to stop taking their MSRPs seriously, because they always put them on discounts immediately after release. So no one actually paid MSRP.
That is what I thought when I saw a couple news articles about the Galaxy S21 Fan Edition, which was officially announced this week. And people were saying like, oh, it's like the S21, but it's $100 cheaper. And I'm like, the S21 has not been MSRP for like 8 months. Yeah. Like that's not a relevant point anymore. But yeah, so okay, so the last quick thing I wanted to hit is not really CES related at all. So it's a nice little break here. I guess I could talk about the S21 FE after this, because I don't have much to say if you want. But, yeah, so this is one I've been watching as it's been developing. So, wait, do I have my Pine phone? Where's my Pine phone? Is it in here? I forgot where I put this. I haven't touched it in 2 months.
Wants to talk about it, already lost it.
Here it is. It's not. I forgot. Yeah. So this is my Pine phone. This is the UB Ports edition they made that shipped with Ubuntu Touch pre-installed, which is awful. I put a different OS on it. But yeah, this is the like really cool hackable Linux phone thing that there's like 10 operating systems for in various stages of usable. It's improved quite a bit in the past like year or so. Like the OSs are getting much better, and there's some cool compatibility layers for Android apps now, so it can run Android apps on top of Linux, or you can put Android on it. I think there are some ROMs for that. But one thing that the company that makes it, Pine64, has been working on is an official keyboard case. So with this phone, if I take the back off, back comes off. That's crazy for a smartphone these days. But the back comes off, and it actually has like these pogo pins on the back that they made for accessories, kind of like Moto Mods. Like that was their idea. So this keyboard case, it actually replaces the back of the phone, and it uses those pogo pins, so there's no bulk, which is kind of cool. And when you look at the pictures of it, it looks less like a phone with a keyboard and more just like a very tiny laptop. It's very cute. But yeah, it's got like full QWERTY keyboard. The keyboard part has its own USB port because the keyboard has its own battery. So kind of like some cases that exist for like the iPad, you can plug a charger into the keyboard and it will charge an internal battery in the keyboard as well as charge the phone. Or if you don't want to deal with that, you can just run the keyboard off of the phone's charge and it's fine, it'll do that. And like all the firmware is open source. The keyboard should work with like all of the existing operating systems. They did add support for reporting the battery level of the keyboard as distinct from the internal battery, kind of like what like when you have an iPhone with AirPods, you can see the AirPod battery level along with your iPhone's battery level. the OSs have to add a little bit of code to plug into that, but they're making it as easy as possible. But yeah, it looks really cool. I'll probably buy one just because it looks fun. But besides the keyboard, they also announced they're starting to sell 3 other replacement cases. One of them is I couldn't quite. I tried to read the technical document, so I couldn't quite understand what was going on here. But it has some kind of module in it for like wireless communication. So you can. It's kind of like the IO. I think it's kind of like the IO pins on like a Raspberry Pi, but wireless. So you can do like some hacking projects with that. I tried to read it. I couldn't quite understand it. I was kind of tired when I was writing this. So, but yeah, they have that. They have another case that adds wireless charging. Like it's got a Qi charging pad in it, which is cool. And that doesn't need any support from the OS on the phone. It just works, which is really cool. And then they have a third case that adds a fingerprint sensor to the back of the phone. I don't know why they don't have a case with both a Qi charger and a fingerprint sensor. That'd be kind of cool. But also all the OSs have to add support for that fingerprint sensor. So I don't know how useful it's going to be for at least another couple months. But yeah, so that's kind of cool. Again, I'm probably going to buy the keyboard one just because it looks so adorable, and it's $50. Like that's the cool thing about Pine 64 is that I don't really think they try to make a profit on anything. Like they charged, like the Pine phone itself was like $120 or $150, something like that, and it has like roughly the capabilities of like an Android phone at that price. So pretty I like this company. They make cool stuff. And they actually a lot of this keyboard, they had like 5 blog posts about the development of this keyboard. Like they were like talking back and forth with the people who bought the phone to try to figure out the best option for it. But yeah, I think the keyboard case is only like $50, which is kind of crazy. Like if this was a Moto mod, that would be like $300.
Oh yeah.
So that's cool.
So I have to say it. I feel like a dick saying it, but it does bear saying. Keep in mind, you can tell from the picture here, the keyboard would only be as wide as the phone is tall. So, and you can really tell from how the phone mounts in there, which means that you're talking about basically take, let's say, a Pixel 2 XL, which is very, very close in screen size. Just try setting your fingers in home row position on your Pixel 2 XL or a similarly sized phone, and
it's like you flip your phone sideways. Yeah, it's like a landscape virtual keyboard, but it's physical. So the keys are a little bit larger than like a BlackBerry.
Yeah,
basically.
So many years ago, when I was back when, speaking of BlackBerry, they were putting on, like they were courting developers really hard in preparation for BlackBerry OS 10, and I went to one of their events, and I already had a BlackBerry playbook, which, I mean, we're talking about something the size of a Nexus 7 roughly, and I bought the keyboard case, or like keyboard attachment cover thing for that, and it was way too small to type on, and that's bigger than this by a lot. The only thing I have that's close to this is I did buy that Unihertz Pocket phone that is like a BlackBerry, and I can type on this, but this is a little bit different where it's not like it's gonna be a little bit weird to like hold that up and type. Yeah.
Like just the form factor is different. The only thing I've tried that's similar to this is I did like 2 years ago there's I forget what the company's name is, but there's a company that was making a lot of those like PC switch like device. Oh, GPD. I bought the GPD Pocket. I think that was their thing that was like laptop form factor but small, like the screen was 6 inches or something. and typing on that was terrible. But also, I just hated that laptop because it had like some Intel Atom chip in it, and Windows didn't really like it, and it was worse with Linux. So that went back to Amazon after about a week. I already know what performance is like on the Pine phone because I have one. So yeah. And also, the other cool thing is that all these cases are compatible with both the Pine phone that's out and the Pine phone Pro once that's done. So that's kind of cool.
Yeah. So I don't know. This is something I'm sure would be fun to play with. I just
Yeah, no, I'm not getting this and gonna switch full time to the Pine phone. It's just fun, and I like buying their stuff because Pine 64 seems like a genuinely nice company, and I like giving them my money wherever possible. Even if I don't use their products on a daily basis, because there's better options for what I need. But yeah, I do need to check out what the operating system situation is like for the Pine phone again, because I tried a couple of distros when I got this phone like about a year ago, and they were like rapidly improving, and I think they've got better. I also didn't want to figure out what the Android situation is, because I would probably still like something vaguely Android based. As much as the phone interfaces are improving for Linux, I like Android.
Yeah.
So.
Well, and at this point, I mean, the app situation is always perpetually going to be like this.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it is impressive how much of the Linux ecosystem is like rapidly switching over to having like responsive design in like desktop applications. Like there's a lot of like no maps that are designed for both phone size, like for this, and also stretch out to be desktop like websites. But still, like I'm used to Android. I like to use that. But yeah, but it is, and they do make it really easy to try whatever, because this phone can boot from SD card, so you can have an OS on the internal storage, and then like I don't know where they went. I was trying to find my SD cards earlier, but I had like 2 or 3 micro SD cards, and I had like a little mark on them, so I knew which one was which OS. I was just popping them in and out, like like it's like a live flash drive for a computer. So again, it's just fun to play with.
Man, cool. I really do want phones that can boot from SD cards. I know that good. There are reasons that's a bad thing, but oh my god, I want it so much.
It's very fun. Although that is definitely a thing where like you're just gonna want it for like testing and make sure everything works, and then you install it, because SD cards are still horrifically slow for trying to run an OS off of them mainly.
Yeah. Oh no, it would be a miserable experience, except for the fact that I just want to make sure things work, or I want to test something. Like if I'm holding a phone that's on the most recent version of an OS, and I'm like, oh hey, did this thing work 2 versions ago? Yeah. I want to be able to test that. Or I'll just throw this one in there because this is something a lot of people don't know about, but it's totally a thing. DJI. Every single year when a new version of Android comes out, all of their apps for interacting with their hardware do not work on the new version. They put a hard line, like it just will not work in many cases. And even if you sideload or upgrade into having it there, like it'll start up and do a check and be like, oh no, crash. Just automatic crash. I'd love to be able to just pop in a card and be like, you know what? I don't want to run my phone this way all the time, but if I need to use it as a controller for this one device, let me do that.
Yeah.
Please. And granted, DJI deserves some criticism for this too. But yeah, please just let me fix this problem in whatever way I have available.
Yeah, and like also at some point, I don't know if they have them in. I think last time I checked, they were having like stock issues. But I do really want to try the Pinebook Pro, which is their ARM Linux laptop. But the issue with that is that I think that the stock situation has been problematic, and also most of the software I need on my computer is not available on ARM Linux. So I knew if I bought it, I'm like, okay, cool. I've got Firefox, and that's it. That's all. That's all I've got.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, because like Linux on ARM is mostly because of the Raspberry Pi. And also whatever Google has upstreamed into the Linux kernel. Linux on ARM is really good, but basically all proprietary software does not compile for ARM on Linux. So I can't use Skype, can't use Dropbox, can't use. I don't think there's Google Chrome. There's Chromium, but not Google Chrome. You know, that kind of like Discord, that kind of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But it's just, again, I just like this company. They're nice. They make cool stuff.
So
yeah, I did. I don't know. Did you want to briefly talk about the S21 FE? Do you care at all?
Do I care? Not particularly, but it might be a worthwhile topic. I feel like I don't know that much about this phone because my assumption is it's basically an S21, but that's it.
Sort of. Yeah. So, okay. I mean, you can find any article.
I just pulled up some pictures on CNET.
Yeah.
Or
yes. Yeah. So this is a weird phone because last year was the first year they did this, where they had the S20, and then S20 Plus and S20 Ultra, and then like October-ish, they came out with the S20 Fan Edition, which was like, it was basically an S20, but with a larger screen, kind of closer to the Plus, and the cameras were slightly worse, and it had a plastic build instead of glass, and it sold like hotcakes because it was like, I think MSRP was like 700, but it was almost like pre-orders were like $550, and it went back to $550 a couple times. So it sold really well because also it had like the same software as the regular S20 and the same 3 years of software support or whatever. So sold incredibly well. They were going to do that again this year, but the phone kept getting delayed. I think I don't know. It was like a mix of like the general chip shortages, whatever, and COVID and everything else. So this phone was supposed to come out like months ago, but it's only now coming out, which is probably killed off most of the interest. I think probably, but yeah. So again, this is same thing as last year. It's basically a S21, but with a larger screen. And I think it has a cheaper build, and the cameras aren't quite as good. Like I believe they swapped out. They swapped out the 3x optical zoom telephoto on the S21 with just a like normal telephoto. Like I don't think it has any optical zoom at all. It's just like crop sensor, I believe. Mm-hmm. And I think it's got a bigger battery. I believe it has slightly faster charging. Maybe not. The spec table on XDA says not, so I'm probably not. And it is shipping with Android 12 out of the box, and it's got the same 3 generations of Android updates. So this will get one more Android update than the normal S21 will, just because it's shipping with 12.
Well, one later update.
Yes, yeah. Same 3. It's just starting point is 12 instead of 11.
Yeah.
And I don't know if this one is. I think this one is plastic, just like the last one. I'm not sure. Honestly, I wish all of them would be plastic. I really like that about the normal S21. I hate glass phones.
You know, I really don't know what I prefer. The thing is, though, since I put everything in a case, I mostly don't care.
Yeah,
that's the thing. If you could reduce the price of the phone a little bit, and give it whatever you want on the back, like whatever's gonna cost a little bit less.
Yeah.
If I'm gonna put it in a case, I don't care what you made the back out.
Yeah, yeah. Mine goes in a case, and for that reason, I like plastic just because it reduces weight. Like plastic is just lighter than glass most of the time. I guess it depends on how they make the glass, but this seems to usually be the case from my experience. And also, it just reduces the chance of like I know you.
Yeah.
Right. Like I'm sure you've seen this too, where like this hasn't happened to me personally, but I know people were like their phone is still in a case, but if they drop it enough, like the glass underneath the case shatters or cracks or whatever, and it's just really stupid. So yeah, so like I generally like plastic. I think this got rid of I don't think this has a headphone jack or micro SD card slot, which were on the S20 fan edition, but not the S21. So it's kind of a bummer, but yeah. So, and this will be the other thing though is that I don't think this will matter too much. Is that this phone starts at $700, which the S21 has been that price a couple times. So it's not really like as great of a deal compared to the normal phones as the last fan edition was. So I don't think it's going to get people quite as excited. And also the S22 is rumored to be coming next month. So there's that. Like the S20 FE had a couple solid months where it was like the Samsung phone, and this is going to get overshadowed pretty quickly.
Yeah, that is poor time. Well, possibly poor timing. I mean, it's possible that the 22 isn't going to come quite as quickly for for logistical reasons, but
yeah, and I'll be interested to see how they do pricing on the S22, because if they raise prices this year, then like this will be like
it'll like give more reason for this to exist.
Right. Yeah. Because I know like with the S21 they lowered prices compared to the previous year's model. Mm-hmm. So that also kind of made like like once those phones came out, the FE kind of faded away a little bit. So I don't know. I don't know what they'll do this year. I don't know. I know some pricing has leaked, but like not US pricing, and that stuff changes at the last minute. So, but yeah, I mean, it's a phone. That's about it.
Yeah, kind of. Yeah, I don't know that I really see a reason for this.
It's Samsung doing the Motorola thing of we need a phone at every $30 price point.
Yeah. Like
every $30, another phone. I think the last year definitely had more of a reason to exist than this one.
Yeah.
I don't really see the point in this. I like really the only advantage this has over the S21. I think Samsung's plan is to like not really keep making the S21 series after once the new phones come out. So this is kind of just like shifting the manufacturing over to the FE. But like this isn't really it's worse than the S21 in a couple ways. The only upgrade is like the screen is a little bit larger. So yeah, I don't know.
Okay, you said something I don't think you intended it this way, but it kind of got me thinking about it. I wonder what the possibility is that this might be a transitional stage, kind of the same way that they basically killed the Note by making the S, like the actual regular S series, support a stylus. Right. I wonder if their plan is maybe to sort of gradually kill what was the S series base model, effectively a base model, kind of kill that by turning it into the fan edition. In essence, kind of make everything move downstream a little bit. which is kind of a way of walking back the high prices, which are now being taken over by the folding phones.
Yeah, I mean, I would. That would be one move they could do.
I'm not saying I think that's what's going to happen. I'm just kind of raising the topic.
Yeah, I mean, like, I personally hope they don't do that, just because I like smaller phones, and the base S phone has always been like their smallest phone that's good.
Yeah,
basically. So I personally hope that doesn't happen, but there is like, even for Samsung, which has like a lot of overlap in their smartphone products, like there's a lot of overlap here. Especially with I haven't been fully keeping up to date with the rumor mill on the S22, but I can't imagine it's going to be too different from this.
I mean, what?
Like I know it's I know, but like I think maybe the cameras are supposed to be a little bit better, and I did see that they're making this year's base S phone physically smaller again, which I'm a fan of, but I'm not upgrading this year. Like I did that last year, I'm good. So unless they make it literally free, which might happen, I don't know. Samsung.
Yeah, I was gonna say that is kind of their move these days.
Yeah, maybe they'll do that. I don't know, but
like
I'm pretty happy. I don't really want to buy my phone cases again, so I'd have to do that.
Yeah,
because Samsung's phone cases are garbage. So even if they make those free, I still have to buy other ones.
Yeah, and then what are you going to buy? You're probably going to look for a Moment case that has their MagSafe clone. Have you been using that, actually? We haven't talked about that since you got it.
I swap between it. I do use my, whenever I need to take like a shot with my phone that needs to be somewhat like straight. I do put the Moment case back on it and hook it on that way. Lately, I got this case for Christmas, which is not Moment, but I like that it's the webcam is completely destroying the color, but this is a nice green color, and green is my favorite color, so that's winning right now. But yeah, but I do like that Moment case. I do swap back to it somewhat often, especially now that I switched my bedstand charger to a Qi charging pad, so I don't have to deal with my. I had a like a USB dock for a while that like wouldn't quite sit with that Moment case on because the bottom of it extended out. That's not an issue anymore. But yeah, well, I'm more full of energy than I expected to be at this point. So if you've got like one more thing you want to talk about, I can.
Well,
I can hang out for that.
Let's see.
If you're gonna talk about Chromebooks, that's I'll suck it up.
Okay, well, I'll throw a couple of options at you.
Okay.
So I do have tabs open for the FAA versus Verizon AT&T thing, and I also have tabs open for Fast Pair coming to basically everything, and basically audio features on Chrome OS, which honestly I haven't read that yet. I was kind of planning to fast skim that one, but any feelings on any of these?
I've not heard about the Fast Pair one. That's probably something I should know about, so we can give that one a whirl.
All right. Well, I got more of the broad overview of this one, but the simple version is Google is bringing Fast Pair to basically everything, which I won't get into why, but there's something I'm seeing that's making me laugh about AP's article, which I'll quickly paste into chat just in case anybody cares. Anyway, so for those who don't know what Fast Pair is, the name sort of says it all. If you have something that is Bluetooth, basically you can turn it on and quickly connect to it with an Android phone or Android device, I suppose would be the right way to say it.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. I'm quickly
So,
looking at
okay,
my
so
review because I can actually show what the screen looks like. I made a point of taking a screenshot of what fast pair is like. So basically, as soon as if you have a device that detects it, it will pop up this thing kind of no matter what screen you're in and say, hey, would you like to connect this? And you hit connect. It takes a second or two and it's done. This way you don't have to open up your Bluetooth pairing screen. You don't have to jump through any hoops. It's simple, and it attaches to your account in some way. I'm not actually sure how or honestly why it does this, but it basically attaches the device to your account, and somehow that's supposed to streamline it. Fact is, that never really happened. It's going to, and there's actually a little bit about that in the Discord, which I'll come back to momentarily. But basically, the whole point of FastPair is it's a faster way of connecting a device. That's pretty much the whole point. And now they're going to add it to Android TVs, Chromebooks, and other smart home devices that are Google made or controlled or whatever. So fundamentally, you can now connect basically earbuds. That's pretty much all that uses FastPair. I'm sure there's other stuff, but not much. You'll be able to now connect them to your Chromebook faster. So yay.
Okay, yeah, I understand what this is now. I thought you were saying that they were dropping the requirement for FastPair to only work with devices that are certified for FastPair, which has always been the stupid thing to me. Like, there's no special sauce with this. It's just if a earbud, if like the hardware identifier for an earbud is in Google's database of things with FastPair, then you get the custom prompt for like, here's the pop-up, you want to connect to the earbuds, and then that ID is saved to your Google account and you get the everywhere else. Again, supposedly.
I think there's a little more to it, but I'm not sure what, because
well, I guess the other thing is why I assume they certify these at all is just because there's some Bluetooth earbuds that do not work well with changing devices.
Right.
Like I've definitely had some earbuds where if they're connected to like my phone and I try to connect to them from a different device, some of them they're like, oh, I've got another call coming in. I'll switch to the thing that's trying to pair with me. Mm-hmm. And then some are like, no, I'm paired to this right now. I will not move to the other thing. Yeah. I have to go put them back in the case and flip them into the pairing mode. So I guess that's the reason that certification exists, because some earbuds don't play well with that.
Exactly.
But
so yeah, I'm not a big. So I've reviewed a few true wireless earbuds, and I gotta say I mostly don't care about FastPair. Having used them and bounced from phone to phone with them, it's not that special of a feature. It saves you a few taps, and here I am. I'm literally bouncing between 3 or 4 phones and my laptop, and I did try them with a TV. Like, I don't think most people move around between devices as much as I tried, and FastPair only really matters if you do. So I didn't think that was that big of a deal. But that being said, one of the features that they are, I guess I'll just go straight to this. Apparently one of the things that they are going to add is the ability for these devices to switch between. Fast-paired devices will switch between devices a little more fluidly based on which one is actually trying to play audio to you. Supposedly.
Okay.
Now, whether or not that is going to work, because this, as far as I can tell, this isn't the same thing that is like multi-connection. Multi-connection is awesome. I don't know if you've ever used this or had this happen, but It's the whole thing where you can just have a headphones paired to like 2 or 3 devices at once.
Right.
Whichever one is starts playing a sound, it'll hand control to that one. Like, that's awesome. I love that. I wish more things had that.
Yeah, I don't think I've owned a single like pair of Bluetooth headphones with that. I'm pretty sure.
I have one pair that does, which funny enough, it's actually the oldest and arguably kind of like the worst pair I have, but it actually works perfectly there. When I get, like, if I'm wearing them listening to something and I get a notification from my laptop, like, sorry, I'm listening to something from my phone and then I get a notification on the laptop, which is why I have to make a point of sometimes muting Slack and Discord and everything else. The thing I'm listening to will get quieter. It'll keep playing, but it gets quieter, and that notification sound just plays really loud in the headphones, and then like a second or two later, the original thing comes back. And it's awesome. That's what I want out of my earbuds and headphones and everything else, but you know, it is what it is. So Google is doing a lot of things in this realm, and I kind of like the idea of it maybe making it so that you could have, let's say, a phone, a tablet, your Chromebook, presumably. If it could make a point of switching between these devices intelligently, cheers, I want that. I really want that. Because then I would use the headphones with one phone where I like to call from it. The Razer earbuds are freaking phenomenal for calling. I want them paired to my main phone for that purpose. Like, that is perfect. But I never watch YouTube on that phone. I never listen to music. Well, okay, I guess I'll listen to music on that phone, but I never listen to, like, I never put on YouTube videos or use the phone for much besides calling and music. But I have another phone where I always watch YouTube videos. I don't want to have to manually switch between devices all the time. I just want it connected to both and let it decide which one it's going to connect to based on circumstances. That's smarter.
Yeah, with stuff like this, my eyes kind of just gloss over, and I'm like, give me the headphone jack back, please. Like, just there's like a very simple way to handle this. I will plug my headphones in to the thing I desire for music to come from. But now we're spiraling into Bluetooth, which adds all these additional problems that, like, is taking Google multiple years to figure out.
Well, and no one has figured out Bluetooth. Honestly, Bluetooth sucks.
It's still terrible.
It's still the worst fucking thing.
It's getting worse, I think.
I don't think it's gotten worse. All the problems that it had from the very beginning just keep resurfacing over and over again. And I said this ages ago, what I really want, I want some way for me on my phone to be able to connect to a Bluetooth device and either say, give me control of that device, like headphones. Like, if I want to listen to something, I don't want to have to manually repair it or jump through hoops. Just let me pick up the phone. I want to listen to that thing through or with or whatever word. I just want to be able to tap the thing and say, seriously, force that to my device. I just want to take control. I don't want to have to turn things on or off. I don't want to have to go to another device and turn off Bluetooth just so I can force a thing to behave correctly. Which, by the way, is a thing I do literally multiple times a day with my Bluetooth keyboard. It's infuriating. This should not be a problem anymore. We're a decade past the point where this should have been solved.
And you know what I really don't understand? It's just that, like, I don't know if this is necessarily a Bluetooth problem or a phone problem, but I don't know if you've experienced this, but I still have the issue with my phone where if my phone is in my pocket and I, like, turn my body in a way where, like, the imaginary, like, straight signals are going through my body instead of just, like, down, it cuts out. Like, if I, like, turn like a little, it cuts out a little bit, like, it starts to, like, stutter.
I know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
I've had some earbuds have done this to me, others not as much.
Yeah, I've had this with a couple different earbuds where like I get this a lot when I'm like walking my dog, because like dog want to like go in a different direction, so I'll turn and go like, no, we're going this way, and then music cuts out. Or like if I have my earbuds in and I sit down and I lean down to tie my shoes, it cuts out while the phone is in my pocket. Like, it's right there, guys.
Yeah, and that should have like a fairly direct line even, but obviously you do know there is a solution to this. You just need a helmet with like kind of like a fishing pole thing that just sticks out in front of you and holds the phone in clear, perfect view.
Yeah.
That is, I mean, it's what I do.
Or put the headphone jack back on my phone, Samsung. This is the other option.
That might work better, yeah.
Yeah. Also, I was scrolling through the why don't you say your thing, because I'm going to completely derail you.
Oh no, I was just gonna say, obviously we could just use headphone adapters. That's still a thing, but who would do that?
I hate using those. The one I have to use for my Samsung phone is like huge, because my S21, like, this is the other thing with USB audio, is that some of this stuff, there's still a physical DAC in the phone, and sometimes there's not. So I have some adapters that have a DAC in them that work with everything, and then I have some that don't have a DAC and they work with like 2 things I own. And my phone does not have a DAC at all, I'm pretty sure. So I have to use the bulkier adapters, and I hate it. It's so annoying. But anyway, I did find the wiki article on Pine64's website for all of the operating systems available for the Pine phone. I haven't checked this in a while. There's 21 OSs.
I wonder how different they are, though.
I mean, it's basically like if you imagine what the desktop Linux ecosystem is like. It's kind of like that, where like Arch is on here. There's Fedora, there's Gentoo, there's a couple that are like specifically for the Pine phone. Like I think the one I was using the most is this one, Mobian, which was Debian port with some added stuff to it. And I was quickly checking on the Android port, because I kind of like that, but it was like a mess when I tried it originally. And that one apparently still does not have sound. So that might be a little bit of an issue. And I see also here there is a WebOS port. So I'm trying that one. I got to try that one.
Okay, so I was about to ask you a question, but then I looked it up myself. And it's the question you're gonna want to hit me for this. But I was gonna ask you, because you pronounce it Gentoo, and I'm like, wait a second, I always thought it was Gentoo.
Yeah.
So I looked it up. It's Gentoo.
Okay.
And me asking you a question about how something's pronounced is obviously never a good idea, Mr.
Well, I've never heard like anyone say that out loud either. So like that's not really a relevant Linux distribution anymore for the most part. I don't think.
No podcasters ever talked about Gentoo Linux.
No.
No one talks about Gentoo. But I'm never gonna stop giving you crap about wikis. Anyway.
Ooh. I gotta try this. I think that's the first one I'm gonna try. I don't remember that being on this list originally. Ubuntu Touch is still on here. I don't know why people still keep working on that.
So B-Sliden brings up, of course, that the Galaxy Buds work on the Samsung account system, and so they do auto pair across devices and move freely. And like your last comment, you have to be in one ecosystem for that, and that's the problem with this. Consistently the problem with this, and why it sucks so colossally much. Because here I am, I'm sitting here with well, 2 MacBooks.
And I was about to say, like, Google Fast Pair isn't a solution either.
No, not even close.
Like,
to be fair,
yeah.
I think it's closer to a solution. But
yeah, it's not tied to devices made by a single company.
Yeah,
but also,
it's
like,
spreading it a little bit wider. It is a wider net, but it's not a good enough net. But yeah, my Android phone is not going to collaborate with my MacBook to get the right pairing going on. And if I pick up, hell, even a Samsung laptop, that would fall out of the same ecosystem because Samsung doesn't really like working with other ecosystems. Sometimes, I mean, that's hit and miss. Obviously, they work with some and not others. But this is something that should have been sorted out in Bluetooth years ago. Give us a system in Bluetooth that allows devices to kind of come to an agreement on who should be paired. If one device isn't playing audio and another one is, let the one playing audio take over. It makes sense, I feel like.
Yeah. And again, Google's Fast Pair is still not on like Windows or anything, right?
Nope.
I don't think. Yeah.
Nope. It's not on Mac OS. It's not on Windows. There's no.
Google
as far as I'm aware, there's no way to make that work. Though I'm actually going to look that up real quick.
Yeah, I don't know if third-party apps on like Windows or Mac OS would have any control over changing what Bluetooth devices you're connected to, because they can't. I don't think they can change like what Wi-Fi network you're connected to either.
Holy crap!
But I'm not sure.
An article that went up 6 hours ago apparently says Google has announced an expansion of FastPair to Windows PCs.
Wow.
So
they're probably building it into Chrome.
Yeah, okay, so this mentioned in the article that I have open and I just didn't scroll far enough to see it or something? Nope, it's not mentioned in the article we posted. So someone missed the detail that would have been really, really relevant. I'm not sure if it was included in the embargoed information that was sent to us, but I'm seeing a lot of articles that covered this. Oh, jeez. How do we miss this?
Oh.
Okay, anyway.
I have terrible news, Cody. The WebOS port appears to be dead. The download link doesn't work anymore.
Oh, dear God. That is a crime.
I'm very disappointed. I wanted to relive 2015.
But, so anyway, yeah. Apparently this will be working for Windows. I already know that there's no chance this is coming to Macs, but I'm going to try looking real quick and see if that's mentioned.
Which is weird, because usually when I see Google engineers at things, they usually have Macs.
Yeah, but I think this is something you'd have to basically build in. And
that wouldn't surprise me if that wouldn't surprise me if Apple is more stingy on the APIs that change what your device is connected to.
Actually, you'd be surprised. You can actually do a lot with the Bluetooth APIs on a Mac as a third party. I don't know that you could necessarily do this, but you could do a fair amount. Still, yeah, the problem keeps coming back. This should have just been a problem solved at the Bluetooth level, not something Google tries to do an end run around. Not something others had to collaborate and solve for the Bluetooth consortium or whoever it is. It should have been solved a decade ago.
Yeah, it's all like a weird hack on top of Bluetooth that would never work well.
Yeah. I mean, hell, it doesn't work that great even just between Android phones. On the same account.
Whenever it asks me if I want to connect earbuds to FastPair, I tell it to go away, because I don't need like my Android devices like fighting with each other to figure out who gets the earbuds at this moment. So I'm good. I'll just use the settings panel like a normal person.
And let's see, yeah, Curvy Mermaid's bringing up that between Apple devices, they will also share Bluetooth. But again, you're stuck using a MacBook, an iPad, and or an iPhone. Like, it has to be some combination of those devices. And they all have to be paired on the same account, which I'm okay with the account thing. That makes sense-ish. But it's infuriating that you have to live within one ecosystem. There is no moving around. You can't pick and choose from the best. You have to live with the best and worst of an ecosystem.
Which is so weird because most of Google's products are built to be platform agnostic. Like, I can use Gmail on anything. I can use Google Drive on anything except Linux. They still haven't figured out how to make a Linux app. Yeah, after they promised like 5 years ago. But again, like, I use Gmail on anything. I can use all their web apps on everything. You know, arguably the Gmail app is better on the things that they don't own. But with some stuff like this that would really benefit from being everywhere, they're just like, it's fine. We control like 80% of the mobile phone market. I don't think it matters. But
yeah. So anyway, I don't like companies doing this.
I don't like Bluetooth.
Yeah, I don't like Bluetooth.
Make it go away, please.
It's one of those things, like, it has been just good enough to not get thrown out, but never good enough to make anyone happy with it. I mean, hell, I feel like there are probably people listening right now who all want to say, no, but I really like Bluetooth. It's been good for me. Right. Chances are it's only good for you because whatever thing that you bought, they spent a ton of money fixing what was wrong with Bluetooth for their implementation. And it probably still only works well with a small set of things, not everything. Because they all just kind of agreed that they wanted to work with somebody and get their situation right. It, like, Apple spent a fortune building its own custom Bluetooth chips.
I remember I bought the original AirPods pretty soon after they came out, and that was really the first, like, I tried a couple pairs of, this was in the early days of like true wireless earbuds, and they were all garbage. Like, I remember trying, I think it was whatever, it was I think the first or second gen of Samsung's like Gear earbuds. This is before they switched to the Galaxy branding. They were terrible. They barely worked. It was that early system where like one of the earbuds was like the main one, and if you only wanted to have one, and you had to make sure you remembered which earbud was like the main one, because if you put the wrong one in your ear and put the other one back, it's just not going to work.
Yikes.
And I got the AirPods, and it was incredible. Like, it actually worked. I still had like the usual Bluetooth of like, oh, it doesn't want to let go of the connection to this phone, so I have to go, put it back in the case and repair it. But like, I could, use whatever earbud I wanted. Again, I still like the fit on the normal AirPods. I don't like the in-ear ones. But yeah, like, that's because Apple probably spent an inordinate amount of money to figure out how to make Bluetooth good. And it took everyone else a very long time to catch up. I did not like using those AirPods. Like, they work with non-Apple stuff, but that was my only thing that I needed to charge with Lightning. So I needed to bring like that cable everywhere, and the touch actions and stuff, like, only you can only customize those with an iPhone unless you download like an app that only kind of sort of works. So it's like, I wanted to use something else, like, really bad, but nothing else was quite as good.
Yep.
And it took a solid like year, 2 years maybe, for like Samsung and everyone else to start catching up.
I'm not gonna lie, it's frustrating to me. You bring up the companion apps. It's frustrating to me that nobody makes companion apps for desktop.
Yeah, this is like my main frustration with so many tech products now. Like, this router I'm using right now, it has kind of a web panel, but it does like 20% of what the mobile app does. And when I had my Amazon Eero system in, there's no webpan at all. It's just an app. It's like I have a computer in front of me. Why am I reaching for my phone to change my DNS settings? This is like I know mobile is like people's main computer now. Like that's where we're at in computing, where the vast majority of like web browsing is happening from a phone. For a lot of people, their phone is like their only computer.
Yeah.
But like, make it for both, please.
Yeah,
especially when you make your app that's so low effort that it's like a web wrapper anyway. It's like, come on.
Yeah.
You can put that on my computer.
Exactly.
I know my Ryzen 1500 with 16 gigs of RAM can handle whatever software you've mangled together.
And that's one of the things that's driven me a little crazy is I'm like, I can't even come close to telling you how many times I've sat at my laptop listening to music through the wireless earbuds, and I'm like, you know what? I kind of want to try different sound profiles. Like I want to know, how does this sound with their rock profile? How does this sound with their like orchestra profile? I'm just naming off randoms. Or can I customize this? Oh no, I'd have to pair it back to my phone to try that.
I am very surprised the Bluetooth standard does not have a thing yet for like creating options. Like that seems like something that like shouldn't be too difficult to do. Like in the negotiating the connection part, the earbuds just tells the phone, I have this toggle, and this toggle you need to show on the phone. Like they do that for like the device name already.
Yeah.
It seems like something that shouldn't be that hard, but like there's just no movement on it yet. So
you know what I'd be okay with instead?
Wired headphones, Cody.
Yeah. Well, what I'd be kind of okay with is a form of multi-connection, but not something that is as not full multi-connection like we normally think of it. I would be okay with the idea of let me connect audio to one device, but also connect something else just as like a management device. That way I can, if I'm listening to, let's say I connect my earbuds to a TV. I don't want to mess with settings on the TV. I just want to have the thing playing. Yeah. I don't want to use a remote, but I'd love to be able to pick up my phone while I'm connected to the TV and just use my phone to control how my earbuds behave. I feel like that is an easy, reasonable request. I don't get why that's not a thing.
Yeah, I hate Bluetooth. Makes me annoyed. And I'm especially annoyed because no one will, like, hardly anyone makes earbuds that fit my ears well. Like, just I have issues with like all of the in-ear earbuds, and that's like 90% of them. So I'm kind of like sorting through scraps to find something that works well for me. Like I was using the Tick Pods for a while because they were just like AirPod like, but they couldn't keep a connection with anything, and then eventually like one of them just flat out died. So that doesn't work anymore. Right now, I'm on my lovely Samsung Galaxy Buds Live. The beans, the infamous beans, and they have not made a new one of these, and I'm worried that they will eventually be discontinued. And then like whenever this inevitably like dies or loses all of its battery capacity, I'm just going to be screwed.
Pretty much.
But
well, you could.
It's just like my struggle with small phones. No one will make a small phone anymore.
I'll tell you. I think I have a little bit of an easier time, not a lot easier, but a little bit easier time than you. I gotta say, the Razer Hammerheads, super well, the Hammerheads too, the ones I reviewed, super comfortable. And actually, they are my favorite earbuds that I've tried. They're not perfect, but they're surprisingly really nice.
I think I have their last.
You have the Pro and the original Hammerheads, I believe.
Yeah, I have the original. Those broke. So They don't work anymore.
How Corbin
They
breaks
don't.
earbuds, I don't know, but
No, well, just one of them just died. Like it wouldn't. Like I like I think what happened, if I remember correctly, was I reviewed them and I said the battery life was not as good as they claimed. And Razer emailed me. They're like, "Hey, we'll send you another pair. Can you try those?" I'm like, "Sure." If you, because like I'm gonna have to do like an update for this review in 3 months anyway. So if you, I'll mention it if it's somehow. I don't think it's any different, but I get them and they seem about the same. And then like one of the earbuds just will not connect anymore. Like, okay, I'm just. That's great, guys. Good job.
well, the other pair,
Yeah,
I'll tell you they're comfortable, but I'll tell you also shouldn't get them. I'm using the Klipsch. What are these again?
I think I know what you're talking about.
The T52 True Wireless ANC from Klipsch. Wow, these are legitimately, shockingly not good. The sound quality is great, but they're horrible for phone calls. They don't have very good battery life. The case is kind of weird, though I don't hate it. They're missing some features, blah blah blah. But the other nice thing is they are actually super light and very comfortable.
Yeah.
It's the only the only good things I can say is they're comfortable and they actually sound really good for music.
Yeah, again, I don't know what the issue is because, like, I know also with some earbuds, like, they seem fine for a while and then they just like start falling out of my ears. Like they just magically. I haven't changed anything, but they just like that's what happened with the OnePlus Buds Pro. I got these for review, and they're like pretty good. Like I don't have any issues with them, but like the past 2 or 3 months when I try, they just like slowly fall out of my ear. I've changed nothing. I don't know what the. Again, it's whatever. So I'm gonna keep using the Beans. I might get a backup pair of Beans actually, maybe.
Honestly, I hated looking back, I hated the fit of the OnePlus Buds Pro. I mean, they wouldn't go anywhere, at least during my review time. I don't know if that would have changed, but I can't put them back in my ears anymore. They just hurt. They were so uncomfortable.
I mean, yeah, I don't. They were fine originally for me, and then now they're just like, I'm just gonna peace out and slowly fall out of your ear canal, Corbin.
Yeah, to be fair, that's kind of the Razer Hammerheads would kind of do that to me. Not bad, but the thing is they fit in ear, but they also kind of half hang. So even when they come out, like they're not gonna fall out of your ear too easily.
Yeah.
But they're not really. You can tell you've lost your seal at that point.
Yeah. Well, on that note, I'm gonna go now.
All right.
While I look upon my desk at all the earbuds that are bad, all the landfill.
Yeah, I know. I almost feel bad about it, but at the same time, I'm just agreeing to review them. I'm not contributing to the waste. I haven't physically thrown any out yet.
Yeah, it'll just like when one of us dies and they go through all the belongings, that's when everything gets thrown away.
Pretty much.
Yeah, they'll be like, here lies Corbin. He had like 700 pairs of earbuds for some reason.
So okay, I'm gonna pull up something just to show real quick. Let's see where. Oh damn it! What name? What do I need to look up? All right. Let's try. Damn it! Come on. Let's see. I hope he has this picture up somewhere. Anyway, what I'm looking... here it is. Daniel Bader, the editor-in-chief or something to that effect of Android Police. He took a picture for a review of the Soundcore Liberty 3 Pro. I'm now sharing that on stream, and I'll put the link in chat if you want to open it instead of opening stream.
Please do, so I don't hear my own voice for a couple seconds.
Yeah. Anyway, he took this picture. It's the hero image for the review. You need to understand, all of that you see there, those are all of his different... That's not a joke. He has all of those headsets. All those true wireless earbuds. All of them. That's a lot of cases. Yeah.
And like if I like went around my whole apartment and gobbled together all my earbuds, it would probably look something like this. Except the ones that have broken, I've already tried to recycle. So I don't have all of them, but yeah.
I don't know if the day that you can fill a flower pot with.
Yeah, we've gone wrong somewhere.
Something's happened.
So something dark is occurring.
Diablo, better than tangled wires. I mean, you're not.
No.
You're not. I don't know if I agree, but you're also not wrong.
The thing that's different though with that is that those earbuds will keep working indefinitely. As long as you don't
as long as you have an adapter with a DAC,
right? Or you don't throw them in a river. But like with all these cases and earbuds, like all those little lithium-ion batteries eventually lose their ability to charge, and then they're just trash.
Yeah. And strictly speaking, actually, a lot of those earbuds, even if you threw them in a river, let them sit there for a week, if you dig them back out and throw them in with a bunch of dry rice, they'll work again. Most likely. Possibly. Hopefully.
Well, they're Bluetooth, so they didn't work in the first place.
Oh, no. We're talking wired.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, if you're talking Bluetooth,
they're like,
they're screwed. Yeah. They fall in water, they're done.
Like there's, like wired headphones, it's just like electricity and a driver. That's it.
Yeah.
Like it's like, this is why I really liked my Leaf until I realized that the battery was terrible. Like from an electronic standpoint, it's a battery and wheels. There's nothing else, right? Like that's why I like, because I was having constant car problems with my car before that because it was a total lemon, and I was like, great, there's basically no failure points here except the battery and getting a flat tire. I did run into battery issues because of the range, but it's true, nothing else went wrong.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. Logically, it's beautiful when you're cutting down the number of components and the number of places where it can fail. The sad and unfortunate part is when one of the few remaining things is a massive point of failure and it's prone to failing, still a big problem.
Yeah.
So yeah, your Leaf was doomed.
No, I wish someone would have told me, or it was more obvious that none of the first generation Leaf cars had actively cooled batteries, and it turns out that's important for an electric car.
Yeah.
You know.
Hey, and
live and learn. Yeah, you know. Lost way too much money on that resale, but you can't do anything about that now. Yeah. Shockingly, not a lot of people want a car that only goes like 50 miles.
I mean,
total shocker.
Let's be honest, if you were in a different place, that actually probably would have done better. Because there are people who would
like
get away with that
in a
perfectly.
region. Yeah, like if you're in a region of the United States where it does not take 20 minutes to go to the nearest grocery store, which is where I was living.
Yeah.
Yeah. And now I can bike to Target. That's where I'm at now. So probably would have been fine here. But yeah, except all the times I need to drive to Georgia.
And if I tried to bike any place basically, even
I'll see you next year, Cody.
not far from it. Yeah. I'm way out in the middle of nowhere, and there's some hills I'd have to, well, not many, but a couple of hills to be navigated too. So, yeah, makes me miss my place in Vegas. But yeah, you never know. Hey, one of these days, electric will become the thing. It will be much, much more realistic, but right now, it's still not viable for everyone.
Yeah, like I've said in your Discord earlier, I'm hoping the car I get after this one can be electric, because I would like to go back. Now that I've learned from my mistakes and know not to buy a first generation Leaf. But yeah, the batteries need to get better, and also you're kind of still fucked unless you have like a garage or another place to charge them.
Yeah.
Because yeah, that would have made finding an apartment much more difficult if that was still a hard requirement for me.
I have seen so many of those pictures of like people that have to do street parking with cables running down.
Yeah, they've got like the like the leaf blower extension cable going all the way to their.
Yeah. And some of them have like those trip. Like the
tape that goes over it. Yeah.
And you just see that and it's like, this does not, our world isn't ready for this. Let's just agree, our world is not ready for this. Not if this is what you have to do.
Yeah, one day.
It's a shame.
In conclusion, fuck gas cars. Okay, I'm going now.
In conclusion, technology was a mistake. All right, man.
That too. Also Bluetooth. Bye.
Take it easy. Have a good night. Take off before I can finish the sentence. Anyway, so I'm actually gonna not taking off immediately, but I don't have too much longer. I have a thing I need to take care of shortly. But yeah, let's see. Quick glance back at comments. So regarding the wires, I use my Bluetooth earbuds usually with phones and sometimes with laptops. I'm still actually, like, when I'm using a laptop, I still kind of want to go wired, because a lot of times I'm not going to move away from the laptop for good periods of time, and chances are I listen to music, but a lot of the time I don't listen to, like, if I'm in a laptop, 9 times out of 10 it's more likely I've got a YouTube video playing or something like that than I am listening to music. So I still go wired with the laptops. To me, that's just more convenient. I don't have to charge a headset then. There are times I'll go with a wireless headset, because then it kind of makes more it depends if I'm gonna like get up and move around a lot. But if I'm sitting there working, I mostly try to go with wired. It's just more convenient. Honestly, it really is. Let's see. None of the other comments right there really. I don't have anything specifically to respond to. Quickly scrolling up. Oh, Kirby brought up the push for lossless audio on music streaming services is going to make Bluetooth go away. Not to sound cynical, but I sincerely doubt it. Honestly, I think lossless audio, one of two things is going to happen. If it is a high enough demand item, what's likely to happen is somebody will come up with a new audio codec that is aptX is the audio codec that has always been preferred, just because it is better than regular Bluetooth audio, but it's still lossy. The reality is, at any point, somebody could come up with a new codec that is lossless audio, and it's just more efficient. That's really all you have to do, and you could still keep it on Bluetooth. So that's one possible. And keep in mind, we're not talking about old Bluetooth anymore. We're talking about newer versions of Bluetooth that have higher throughputs. So I have a funny feeling that before Bluetooth dies, they'll just find another way to make lossless audio happen on Bluetooth. The other angle on that is, frankly, I really don't think enough people care about lossless audio. The number of people who can put it, like, think about Bluetooth earbuds that are even good enough to play meaningfully, like, lossless audio that sounds great on Bluetooth earbuds. They don't have the drivers to really push it. It just doesn't happen. So yeah, my hunch is we're just not really going to see lossless audio truly make that big a difference. It might be nicer by very minor degrees, but as it stands, like, most people can't even tell the difference between, like, what, 256-bit versus lossless. Like, that's already such a far cry from making a difference. And by the time you put it on most headsets, especially earbuds, completely lost difference. Almost no chance anyone can tell that difference. So yeah, I just don't think it's gonna happen. And also Bluetooth, just, it's used for so many other things. I hate it. I think Bluetooth sucks, but, like, at this point, that ship has sailed. It has sailed so far. We're really never going to lose Bluetooth unless something comes out that gives us, like, Wi-Fi speeds and it manages to grip hold of the industry so well and is so cheap that everyone's like, yeah, sure, we'll include this side by side with Bluetooth. And then the transition happens because everyone's like, oh, hey, this is here too? Yeah, we'd rather use this instead. But otherwise, it's just always going to be the Bluetooth people are going to push their thing and everyone will just adopt it because what else are they going to do? Let's see. Anyway, what else was there? Besides, streaming services provide good enough audio for the vast majority of people. Yep. That's the thing. Like, lossless audio, it's nice marketing. It sounds like a good thing. Most people can't tell the difference. And, you know, this could be said about a lot of stuff. Even for comparison's sake, you could look to Netflix and how Netflix does that whole thing where it starts your stream at one quality level and then progressively downgrades it just little by little so that you're getting something lower quality by the end. Do you think Netflix is doing this to screw people? Nah, they're just doing it to save a little bit of bandwidth. Do most people notice? Not even close. People would only notice if they're looking for it and they're taking side-by-side comparisons of, like, resuming a stream versus what does it look like 45 minutes into an hour-long show. Like, these are... people can't tell the differences a lot of times in a lot of stuff. What do I know about the new Samsung TVs? Heard some hype, but haven't looked into it. I did not read the article about it. Let me see. Samsung TV. Let's see if we have... they'll bring Stadia and GeForce Now under one roof. Is this what you're talking about? Let's get the right window capture going. Company's new gaming hub will also come with controller pass-through support for from consoles. I think that... Oh, what? Not quite sure what that's supposed to mean. Is this what you're talking about or something else? Let's see if there's another article that might be relevant. New projector is basically a smart TV on a compact body. What else do we have? Or is this about the display quality? Did we not cover it? Let's take Android Police out of the search. Okay, QD OLED. That's obviously our main thing. Quantum dot OLED. Okay, I know basically nothing about this, so I'm not gonna... Like, I don't think there's a lot I could say. Wait, what? 2 bottles of quantum dots in a liquid solution emit red and green light when illuminated with blue light. Huh. That's interesting. So... New kind of big screen relies on OLED technology. The TV wasn't announced in an official press release. Is this what you're talking about or something else? Because obviously they also have their 2022 models that they announced. And this is also something different. Samsung TVs have evidently had a big week. So there's the gaming hub stuff. 144 hertz refresh rate for gaming. New home screen. That's actually probably the thing most people will actually notice. Also, why did they have to pick an image that specifically talks about NFTs? Please, people. You don't need to shove it into everything just for the sake of doing it. Oh god, no, it's actually a thing here. Hold on. Close the stupid auto-playing video because CNET is a douche. NFT aggregation and purchase. Display ones that you own on the big screen. You can browse and preview an NFT prior to purchase. Oh my god. Oh jeez. So in other words, our TVs can show a PNG file. Exciting. I can't wait for this stupid NFT craze to go the fuck away. New solar remote with RF harvesting. Solar panels in its TV remotes last year. Now it can recharge by collecting radio waves from objects like your Wi-Fi router and converting them into power. Okay, that legit, that's just awesome. Honestly, I'm not really sure what the... I mean, yay for solar panels, I guess. Maybe if it doesn't cost that much, that's not a big deal, but how often is your remote sitting in sunlight? That, to me, is the biggest problem with this idea. I like the idea, but I feel like I'd rather just be able to plug them into something and let them charge that way. That being said, radio wave charging is awesome. I don't know how effective or efficient that is, if it does any good, but I love that that's something that they're even trying. A wall mount that can rotate the screen. That's a thing, I guess. All right. Okay, so the gaming hub, kind of neat. Does this say it a little bit better? The cloud libraries of Stadia, GeForce Now, and Utomic, I guess is how that's pronounced. I don't know. Carson, no, they have auto-playing videos on desktop too. And we complained a lot. And believe me, by we, I mean almost everybody that works at AP complains about it. It's something we don't have control over. So there's that. I won't say any more than that, but yeah, not many fans of this behavior. We've even suggested, instead of just like, if they're going to force auto-playing videos on there, that's one thing, but we've suggested making some changes and fixes, and those are also out of our control. So there you go. But yeah, we figure if they're going to jam auto-playing videos in, at least make them better, make them more useful, make it so they can be interacted with correctly. Because I don't know if you clicked on one or noticed it, it doesn't actually take you to the video if you click on it. And for that matter, if you hit the share button because you want to share that video with somebody, it actually doesn't share the video. It shares a link to the article that you're currently reading. No one knows why. Yeah. Super not great. But anyway, so yeah, you'll be able to pair with third-party controllers. No console or hardware required. The hub will also access to YouTube Gaming. Good job, guys. That's no editor there. But you can follow streamers. Weird that it doesn't mention Twitch. Feels like maybe that was an intentional snub. Beyond Cloud Gaming, there's a new game bar with more information available on things like refresh rate or VRR mode. A zoom mode that can expand things like mini maps, and even that's actually really cool. Yes, please. And in fact, this is one of the complaints I had playing Borderlands 3 on my TV, because it's great when you're sitting as close to the screen as I am right now, but the TV in my living room, like, I can see the game really well. It's a big enough screen that I can see a lot of stuff, but the text is just a little too small to be conveniently readable. And I would appreciate a little bit of a zoom mode. That would actually be pretty awesome. Let's see. Oh, and you can even do a side-by-side with the YouTube video. That's pretty awesome. Like, cheers to Samsung. They're doing awesome stuff with these. Not gonna lie, I would be very tempted to pick up a new Samsung TV when I do an upgrade. That being said, there are also some Sony specific features that work with PlayStations that would slightly tempt me to go with Sony again. That being said, I'm also angry at Sony because Sony's first Android TV boxes were, or not boxes, but displays. My God, I hate how slow it is. I know Samsung never had that, or didn't really have that issue. So it would be I know Sony has largely fixed this. They put in some much faster processors, so that shouldn't be an issue anymore. But part of me just feels so not confident about that. And truthfully, I know Samsung does better displays. Sony does really nice displays, but they're not as good as Samsung's now. So I would probably, I'd probably go Samsung with the next TV I buy. Anyway, let's see. David said, cool to see more things carry Stadia though. Should have been done day one. I can see why it didn't happen day one. I think that was probably a big ask. They probably should have contacted partners. And that's probably the biggest thing. They should have contacted partners and been like, hey, how could we get you to integrate this? And in truth, they should have waited 6 more months before launching Stadia in any capacity. They needed to have their Chromecast situation worked out. They needed to have, well, they did have that kind of worked out, but they needed to have it working with more devices than just the Ultra. They should have had it working with Android TV day one. How on earth they didn't have that, I can't begin to fathom. And yes, they should have absolutely had it integrated into at least like Sony TVs would have been the obvious choice. But work with Samsung, work with, I don't know, whoever else. Work with some of these other companies and get it integrated right away. And if, you know, if you can, this solves a lot of people's complaints about it. It would have worked. It would have worked. But no, they botched the little things. They also botched a lot of big things. So it is weird though that here's something that's going to add Stadia, and they're adding Stadia just as everyone else's narrative is, oh my god, Stadia's gonna vanish, it won't be around, blah blah blah. Like, if you're gonna, like, when that's the narrative, that really blows, to then be adding it now to a TV. That would be sort of like, I don't know, I obviously this is further outdated, but it'd be sort of like if some messaging device just adds Allo support tomorrow. Allo dead, yo. You can't do that. And I'm not saying Stadia is dead. I like Stadia. I still think it's got at least some time left in it, if not more. I think it could even make a comeback of sorts, but at this stage, like, it feels like Google is half-assing the Stadia project. So why push it into a TV? I'm kind of wondering if this is a project that maybe started a year or more ago. That would actually be the best explanation, I think. Maybe this is a project that started like a year or two ago, and Samsung is just now finally launching it. And as a result, nobody really planned on it. It just happened that Stadia is finally catching up. I mean, that's kind of how the auto industry goes. I mean, I made that comment yesterday. The auto industry, you start a project and it takes 2, 3, 4 years before that project actually makes it into vehicles that are on the road. This could very well be one of those cases. I don't know. It bugs me to think that this is just one of those things that's gonna kind of never really be right, I guess. I don't know. Let's see. Remember the One Connects. I don't know that by name. Let's see. One Connect. Connect One. How to connect your One Connect box to your Samsung TV? Is that what you're talking about? What is this? I have no idea what this is. Not from that. Yeah, everything that's coming up in a search does not really seem to tell me what it is. A One Connect box. One Connect box is a media receiver with a built-in TV tuner used to support the Samsung UHD model's One Connect function. Okay, so it's this. It's a separate box for the Samsung device. Wonder if like they could just put all the smarts into them rather than the TV. I mean, believe me, that's still something I want. I'm okay with the idea of TVs not having everything, or I'm okay with TVs having some stuff built into it. That's fine. But man, honestly, one of the things I think I'd be happiest to see is give the world something like a receiver, but smaller, and let it attach to a display in some way, shape, or form. And then let the world just like make that a modular device that you can just pull out and replace. That way your display honestly can be perfectly good for, in many cases, honestly, a decade. You know, hold on a second. CES 2012 TV announcements. Check this out. Bit of a theory. Okay, so this is a decade ago. A full decade ago. They were announcing 3D TVs, an OLED TV, and this is just LG's announcement. Who knows who else is in that list? Let's see. I don't think 4K was really in quite yet. 4K happened in about 20, was it 13 or 14? I think it was 2014. But yeah, they've got 3D TVs back in that time period. Okay, obviously 3D TVs did not stick, thank God. But, you know, those were still good displays. They were still hitting 100,000 to 1 contrast ratios, which, okay, that's obviously been completely obliterated. We're now over 1,000,000 to 1, but do most people care? No. Not even close. Oh, you're right. I forgot I was not sharing the screen. So, yeah, I mean, but still, this is a decade ago, and the displays, yeah, that's another thing. The displays, LG was shipping a 5mm thick display, and it was a good enough looking display. Most people would have been perfectly happy with these. David, plasma screens. I mean, this particular one, note that subtitle, 55-inch OLED television, 5mm thick. 2012. Screens have been great. Yeah, I know, when 55 inches was a huge screen. I know. But this is a decade ago. A decade ago. And there is no reason this screen would not still be usable today. Except for the fact that whatever software it probably ran. Actually, was it even a smart TV? I doubt it was. I don't see any mention of that. But hypothetically, if somebody comes out with a smart TV, and I don't mean if as in if it happens, I mean just the general when it's happening. Everyone comes out with smart screens now. The software gets outdated. My Sony Bravia, what year is it? 2015, I think. Hold on. I gotta look this up. Find my... Oh, I need to log that back in because I accidentally signed myself out of my Google account. Oh, good. That actually went faster than I thought it would. Sony TV. I have a receipt for this somewhere. Damn it. I don't know what I need to search for to find it. I'm pretty sure it's a 2015. I know I've looked this up before, but I don't want to waste time now. My 2015 Sony Bravia came out 3-ish later than this announcement. It's a perfectly fine television. It's not the best, but it's pretty damn good. The thing is, though, running a version of Android from like 4 years ago. Maybe 3 years ago. I don't know, something like that. It's an old version of Android. Come on. Meanwhile, if I could pay, say, $75 to upgrade a box built into the TV, Not just something that attaches separately, but one that gets to control pretty much everything properly. I would have spent that by now. Get an updated, faster chip. Give me a faster chip so the TV doesn't feel laggy, and it can handle new codecs. Give me like a current version of Android, but just plug into the same display. Why the hell don't we have this? This is, and you know, I want to say Austin brought this up earlier, but maybe it was Carson. One of you two brought up cars, Android Automotive. Why? Like, we need those to be interchangeable. You got to be able to run your car into like a service shop and have them be able to replace the chip inside of it to give you new stuff. And not just the chip. Like, this should be a module. And ideally, you shouldn't have to go to a service shop to do this. You should just be able to go someplace, order it online, whatever. Order this thing. Open some side door in your glove compartment and be able to plug it in. That should just be a thing. It should be that easy. Voila, you now have upgradable car. Why is this not a thing? Swap like an SD card? I don't know if you mean in the same way as an SD card or actual SD card. If it's actual SD card, bad times. Not only would it be too slow, but man, you really don't want something packed that tight. Let's see. Austin, all you hear is subscription service. The problem with subscription service, I know what you're saying. The thing is, I think there would actually be the potential for regulators stepping in and insisting that's not permissible. Because when you say subscription service, that could mean a few things. There could be a few ways of running it, like a subscription service where you pay a certain amount and they send you a new device every year or two to upgrade the vehicle. That kind of a subscription service, okay. If it's a subscription service to keep a thing running, I think regulators would step in, because that becomes a problem. Let's see. Curvy brought up, you think TVs need to run Android TV, Roku TV, or Fire TV, not this proprietary BS? What thing are you against? I'm not exactly sure what that is, because if it seems like you might just be complaining about Samsung's specific thing, because most of the TVs out there are running now one of those things. Or maybe not now, but it's getting closer. It's pretty much just the only other two things are Samsung's OS and WebOS, I think. Pretty sure that everyone is running a smart TV platform that's one of those. Though I think Roku OS and Fire OS can't do high refresh rate that these high-end TVs can do. They can, I mean, whether or not they do it, truthfully, I don't know if that matters that much. I mean, it's nice if they do, but I don't think it matters, as long as they can still decode and play video and handle whatever else. Obviously, if you have like a game console hooked up that can produce high frame rate or something like that, you also obviously want high frame rate support on the TV. As long as it can handle those things, I don't think it really matters that their menu system doesn't. But I'm not sure if I honestly have no idea if Fire OS and Roku OS can handle high refresh rates for content. If they can, great. If not, whatever. But yeah, I really just don't think it matters that their menus are like, who cares if a menu is running at 144 frames per second? It just doesn't matter. I'm perfectly okay with those running, say, 60. Even 30 is okay with me. I think 60 is... That's one place where it's okay. You really should be able to hit 60 frames a second, but... You know. Let's see. Diablo. Tizen is still alive? Samsung doesn't care to tell you that, but yes. Sony is like, buy us and use PS5, okay? For real. Sony's announcement... I don't want to dig out the press release just to show it to you. It's not worth it, but Sony's announcement very much was like, it had a big footnote saying, hey, by the way, these TVs are all PS5 something. PS5 preferred, I think is what they call it. Or PlayStation preferred, whatever. Anyway, specifically features that are integrated to make compatibility with a PlayStation even better. So I guess they do something like they adjust the image based on gaming information. So like they basically do HDR, but it's like somehow an enhanced HDR. I don't know. Anyway, let's see. Diablo. BMW would be like, give us $10 a month for wireless. Yeah, that's the kind of stuff I hate. And honestly, I will complain at BMW until the end of time, because I think BMW is a scam. Because they've been doing subscriptions for their cars for years. And honestly, I've driven BMWs before. I don't even like, they're okay. I honestly like other cars more that cost way less. And there's a lot about BMWs that I feel is just a scam. I'm sorry, I just do. They're not bad. They're fine, but they have so many little tricks for dragging more money out of people. Let's see. Okay. Wait, didn't I? Oh. Man, I picked out the comments in completely out of order, but it works. Okay, so Kirby Mermaid. So you're against LG's WebOS and Samsung's Tizen OS, or Tizen. I don't know if OS is in that name, but here's the thing. I mostly don't care. As long as they don't make it that hard for companies that are putting their like individual channels out as apps, I don't really care if they do it. I think they're just doing themselves a disservice when they do. And it does make the ecosystem a little bit worse, because you know that there's some little company out there. I'll just use it as an example. Arrow, that streaming service that I mentioned earlier. And hey, this is the most publicity they've gotten all year, so well, I guess it's only 2022's 5th day, so that's probably actually true. But anyway, the Arrow streaming service. I'm assuming they have an app. I don't know if they have an app for Samsung and LG. I don't know if they have an Android TV app. Honestly, I don't know if they have even Apple TV apps. My cat is screaming at me. Hey, girl. Will you come over here? Come on, push. Push. Come on. You can come over here. Hold on. We're gonna catnap. Dragging in the cat because she wants to make noise. So, yeah. Anyway, let's see. All right. Quickly scrolling back down. Yeah. So I don't think it's really that big of a deal if they're doing it, because for the most part, independent channels, if you want to even call them that, are usually pretty easy in terms of like the app development requirements. Yeah, she doesn't want to sit here and have someone talking. So she's still hanging out by the door. Crazy girl. But yeah, the thing is, honestly, I just don't see a benefit to them running their own things. I mean, I don't think there's anything wrong with them having them. I think it's more of a strategic weakness if they do. Because, yes, obviously Samsung pushes a crap load of televisions. Nobody doubts this. Nobody's disputing that for even a second. LG sells a crap load of TVs too. These are two of the biggest TV producers in the world. They're moving plenty of numbers. There's no question. Likewise, when it comes to set-top boxes, Android TV, shitloads. Roku, same story. Same with Fire OS. There are plenty of these. The question becomes, how, like, developers, or all these TV, or content producers, I should say, content producers, or platforms. I'm not really sure what word I want to use for this, but anyway, if Arrow wants to create an app, do they really want to create the app for technically 4 different operating systems? Bearing in mind, Android TV and Fire OS are so similar, they kind of maybe you could probably use a lot of the same code. But that being said, like, I don't know how hard it is to create something to run on all of them. And if you're not going to run all of them, oh, and can't forget Apple TV in this list. But if you're not going to support all of them, which ones are you going to choose to support? And that's kind of the question. It's a strategic weakness to be running your own platform and requiring your own platform when obviously a lot of other companies exist and people have to choose which ones they want to support. And if it's not a lot of work, like I was looking up Roku's thing earlier. Roku actually makes it really, really easy to add your channels if all you're going to do is do basic support, basic functionality. You can add channels very, very easily. But if you're trying to like build an app for Android TV, it's more work. And I have no idea what's required for Fire OS, but I assume same story. I don't like that idea. I think it is a strategic weakness to be running your own thing. I think it makes more sense for companies to kind of band together and say, hey, we want to support this platform or that platform, and then just stick to it. Which is why Sony did that with Android TV, and now they're actually, I'm curious. Android TV, if we search that, okay, what I want to see is how many, I bet they show this in some way. How many companies do they have on board? All right. Android TV products in the US. Air TV's set-top box, AT&T TV's set box, Epson. I don't know. Hisense is a TV. JBL Harman, they don't make TVs, but they make speaker bars. Nvidia's obviously the Shield. So JBL Harman, that's going to be the same story as the Shield. It's just not a gaming-oriented device. Philips, they make TVs. So does Sharp. Skyworth, I think that's got to be set-top box, cable TV sort of thing, just like Air TV and AT&T TV. Sony obviously makes TVs. TCL makes TVs. They make TVs, right? I guess just the TV box. Okay. Still, here's the thing. These are now, that's 12 companies. They are all effectively supporting Android TV. So if you make, if you are a person who has to have Air TV, AT&T TV, or Skyworth, and maybe Epson, I don't know what the story is there. If you need to have those, you have Android TV in your house. If you're a developer and you're saying, well, I have a thing I want to put on Android TV, it makes sense. Anyone who has this stuff now has a device that can access my app. And if you have any one of these 5 television makers stuck in your house, same story, or similar enough story. I need to close Slack because I don't need that popping in my ear. This is kind of the whole thing. Like, strategically, you don't have to have massive market share to make Android TV work for you. If you're running Android TV, you get the benefit of there being a combined large market share. So yeah, it's just the strategy value. I think it makes more sense. Let's see. B-Slidem brings up he has a Samsung TV. It's better than Roku and Fire TV, which I think everyone would have agreed with anyway. Some people love Roku, but whatever. Especially if you have a Samsung phone. Again, like, I know you're going to keep saying this, and I'm going to keep saying it. Like, that is an ecosystem thing. It does not apply as much once people aren't ecosystem friendly. Let's see. All right. Sorry. Okay, I see things in multiple order that I want to hit. B-Slidem, Roku and Fire are proprietary. No. I would agree. They are proprietary. Except they're proprietary, and I think the meaning of this is one company has its own thing and only one thing. Whereas with Roku and Fire, both of those are things that other companies are also using. They're licensing them, obviously, but, proprietary in the sense of it's only one company's products. So Samsung is the only company that has Tizen. LG is the only company with WebOS. Whether or not you want to nitpick about proprietariness could be variable, but I mean, I guess that's more proprietary to be the only one. The counter to this, would anyone see anything wrong if Samsung were to pop up one day and say, hey, anyone who wants to license Tizen will let you? Like, we'll let you license Tizen for your TVs. Happy to do it. If Samsung pops up one day and says that, does anyone see a problem with this? I don't think there's a problem there. Granted, for developers, I sympathize for them, because Tizen apparently is awful to build for. I've heard this from developers many times. They do not like it. I looked into it for a little bit, but not very close. Not a good platform for development, but it apparently is a fine enough platform for TV OS. So, it is what it is. Okay, I need to scroll back a little bit. Austin said Toyota's turning their key fob start into a subscription service. Ugh. You have no doubt they'll attempt to tie in Android Automotive updates to a subscription. One can only hope they add it in updatable. I would be super skeptical that they will make Android Automotive updates a subscription, because that could get them in hot water with Google. Because Google is not going to want Android Automotive to fall grossly out of date and live behind a paywall, because that looks terrible on Android Automotive. I'm not saying that they won't allow some stuff like that to happen, but I think the core updates, the actual like OS updates, I don't think those are going to get locked behind the subscription, because dude, Google is going to hate that. And I bet Google probably has some sort of license terms on Android Automotive to prevent, like, intentionally holding back updates. Now, that's not to say that it wouldn't be like you get 2 years of free updates on your Toyota, but after that, things go wrong. But I would not bet on it going... I don't know. There's something... There could be something to that, but I don't think they want to go that deep. I think that introduces such a big, risky thing for them. Okay, let's see. Scrolling back down a little bit. Like I said, I'm kind of just bouncing all over the place in these comments. Austin says, you have a Samsung TV, you hate the UI, but the panel is nice. Also, you're not much of a TV guy. I mean, I used to have a Samsung TV years ago. It technically, it kind of died due to a problem with the internal memory. It actually started losing its settings. The panel is still fine. I mean, at this point, it's pretty old, but the panel is still fine. I think it was from 2008-ish. Is it? No, I'm not sure. So yeah, the panel's great, but yeah, the UI of Samsung, I really haven't used anything since Tizen happened. So, or rather, I've never used Tizen on a TV actively. I know I've used it, like I've been in a house that had it, and I used a remote for a minute or two, but I haven't sat down and actually actively used it. David, you must not drive like a jerk to not like BMWs. Honestly, I do kind of drive like a jerk sometimes, but I don't like BMWs because they do things, first of all, they do a lot of things completely different from other companies, like placing controls in weird places, and it's for the purpose of being different. But the bigger thing is still, I still think BMW just does everything it can to leech money from its customers. They put out cars that are basically sort of crippled with the intention of making you pay more to fix their shortcomings. Let's see. Curvy, Samsung and LG's TV OSs doesn't all app support. Roku has the most app support. I'm not sure what that means exactly, but... Or don't all support apps. Maybe that's what was meant there. I believe that's not true. I'm pretty sure that Samsung and LG, both their TVs do support apps. They just... like, they're just not as widely known. Or rather, there's not as much encouragement for it, but I'm pretty certain they do. Though I'm not sure what the distribution methods are. But my aunt has an LG TV, and I know I saw there is a store. Like an app store. Let's see. By the way, I saw Austin, Roku tumbles 12% after analyst says competition from Amazon, Google. Okay, I'll just open that. Competition stunting their growth. Okay, shocking. I mean, Roku was never going to win this fight. Let's be honest. It's the same issue Pebble had, except Pebble didn't have enough of a lead to get their huge market share. Roku did. But Roku was never going to win this fight. Honestly, I bet Apple TV is also chewing into a bit of Roku's existence too. Let's see. Anyway, getting down to Diablo, the Mi Box, one of those that didn't get updates, right? Hope people are choosing the right boxes and dongles. I have no idea if it got updates. I thought I read somewhere that it got like one, but maybe I'm wrong. I really never followed it. It was one of those devices I just gave zero craps about. Really quick, just to change the screen and have something that at least looks nicer. Okay. Well, I guess I could also just pop back to this. Let's see. Google would be like, Play Services is gonna get our push anyways. Get out of here. The problem, push Play Service system updates. Yeah, I'm sure Google will be pushing some updates via Play Services, one way or another. And that's something, obviously, no car company can even stop. Beside him, car OEMs would just not use it before letting Google dictate too much. I mean, I agree, but I also disagree. That's one of those things where nuance plays a big role. Here's the thing. When Android Auto came out, one of the things everybody talked about was how much it sucked that you couldn't get information from your car. Like, all the stuff that you could have had if you just plug in an OBD2, or wait, OBD2. Yeah, OBD2 connector. Those things can get a ton of information, but that thing that you're also connecting to your car couldn't get any of that data. And one of the things everyone said is, we want that. We want that showing up on that screen. We want to be able to get some of that information. Everyone kept coming back saying, well, the reason is car companies don't want Google to get information about like the mileage that those cars are getting. They don't want to be able to get like basically any of the diagnostic data. They don't want to get any of the extra information that you would get from having like the OBD2 connector plugged in, or having various other bits of stuff. So it was always notoriously limited. Well, here's the thing. How many companies are going to be getting Android Automotive? I think the list is now up to like 7 or something. Android Automotive. Let's see. Will this... yeah, that's not going to show us the companies. Here we go. Nope, that's not it either. Why are these coming from there? Sure, maybe the Wikipedia might have it. This is the list of companies that currently have it, but not even, this doesn't even remotely cover all the ones that are about to, because they're like, I think I even wrote about this. There are several others that are getting it, but I mean, oh, I'm not sharing that screen. Okay. So here's already a list of companies that, or sorry, individual car models that have it, and there are several more that are announced for the future. So, well, I say already have it, but some of these obviously aren't out yet. Obviously, a 2023 model Cadillac Lyric. I don't know, whatever that's supposed to be. But there will be more. There are a lot more coming. The thing is, Android Automotive has access to all that stuff. It is now getting that information. Obviously, some companies were okay with it, and more companies were kind of coming around. It was an early stage resistance to that. I think, and again, honestly, like, OEMs have to they're not going to get Android Automotive if they don't agree to let Google dictate certain terms. And Google, as part of licensing Android Automotive, can absolutely include a clause in there that says you have to allow updates. And Google could dictate they have to be... Well, thank you, stupid listening device. Google can dictate these terms. They have that power. They're a big company. With big boy lawyers. They can come in and say, yeah, you have to allow updates. You have to support updates for a certain period of time. This is something in their control. So you're right. The OEMs have the choice to not use it, but it is a legitimate... Yeah, sorry about that. I didn't mean to trigger it for anyone's. But that's the reality. These companies have the choice to not use it, but that is now objectively. No one can argue this one, or no one can argue against this anymore. It is now objectively true. You are at a competitive disadvantage if you do not support at least CarPlay and Android Auto. Fact. People don't want to buy something that is running like, I don't know, pick your company's outdated, clunky, ugly as can be, trash bag infotainment system. They're junk, they're garbage, they look bad, they work bad. Not saying Android Auto or CarPlay are that great, they're not. They're pretty mediocre, but they were better than pretty much every company's infotainment system previously. And because of software updates, they can keep getting better. And because of apps, they offer features that you will never get out of any of those others. And I mean, I know people who bought Teslas who are constantly complaining that they wish they could have CarPlay or Android Auto. And then here's Android Automotive sitting in the corner being like, hey, you know that thing Android Auto? We can do it like 10 times better. Now, obviously, updates could be an issue. We'll see what's going to happen there. But the reality is, the competitive advantage thing matters. And it is a big advantage. Huge advantage now to be able to say you run CarPlay and Android Auto. And eventually, Android Automotive. And yeah, I know. Most of these are pretty expensive car models. No question to it. But there are a lot of others announced. Let's see. Android Automotive. Oh, we'll just search that. I'm sure. Do we have any announcements in here? Not on that one. Okay. Yeah, BMW's expanding their support. Automotive is going to be coming to Google announced that its latest Android Auto partner is Porsche. Nice. Okay, so I guess the automotive stuff. I know I saw Honda in the list at one time, or I'm pretty sure I did. Okay, this doesn't really help. I remember there being a big list of the new ones. Okay, I don't want to go searching for it. Oh, actually. How about here? Wait, who did? Oh. Okay, how about this? Please tell me there's... Oh, that was one I was already on. All right, whatever. I don't care to keep looking, but it is coming to more vehicles, and definitely coming down market a lot more. But anyway, yeah. So OEMs, they can certainly resist it. They can certainly fight back, or they could integrate Android Auto and just give that experience. Obviously, plenty of them are choosing that. But at the end of the day, a lot of them are going to have to give up something if they want to remain competitive. Because if you're, let's say you're one of those people that's running around with a car that, like if you go to a car lot in, say, I don't know, let's say you're replacing your vehicle in 5 years. I'm just looking 5 years out. Are you going to buy something that doesn't have Android Auto and CarPlay or Android Automotive? The only way you're doing that is if you're getting a Tesla. And a lot of people aren't even happy with that interface anymore. I'm just saying, like, at this point, this ship is sailing. If your car doesn't have this stuff, your brand new car, you're not going to buy it. Like, that's it. No one wants to buy something that doesn't have a current viable infotainment system. Yeah, thank you, Diablo. You found proof of at least the one I already knew was definitely going to happen. And I say already knew as in I was confident of it, but I couldn't find it in our own site. Or at least it wasn't recent enough. Let's see. Yeah, we would have covered this. Did we not cover this? And why is that I have to keep saying that about AP lately? Okay, so anyway, Diablo also said, yeah, the LG App Store on the TV has apps no one knows. The other people don't want to develop for it. Yeah, I'm sure nobody wants to develop for LG's App Store. And that's kind of what I mean by the competitive disadvantage in that instance. Like, if you're running your own proprietary thing, you're suffering because no one wants to develop for it. I'm sure the same thing is happening with Tizen. Honestly, I'll bet there are apps being developed for Android TV, Roku. Well, maybe not Roku. I'm not sure how the app development situation is there. I know Apple TV has a lot of app development. Like, individual channel apps exist for some of these platforms and not others. And I have a feeling Tizen is probably one of those where a lot of companies just don't care to develop for it. Does this really impact you? Probably not. But could it? Maybe. Okay. Now I can catch up most of the way on, well, part of the way on these comments. The worst is when the salesman tries to upsell you in the navigation package that is 100 times worse than Android Auto. I should tell you the story. Man, I was going to get off the stream a while ago, but the story of when I went to buy my car. I was like 90% certain I wanted to get a car that had Android Auto, and this is back when almost no cars had it. It was pretty few. At that point in time, it was Hyundai had a couple of cars, I think. Like, they had it basically for like almost a year at that point, and I think one other company had out Android Auto, but for one reason or another I wasn't looking at those options. But the two that I was looking at, one was Honda, which is what I ended up getting, the Honda Accord, and the other that I was being told to look at was Ford, because Ford had committed that they were going to put Android Auto into their system somewhere in the future, and it was going to appear first on, I don't remember, the Mustang, I think it was the Mustang. Anyway, I considered that very little, in large part because the Mustang was going to come out with their own thing first, and then you would be able to get a software update in the future. And they did not give a timeline. Like, you could ask Ford representatives and they would just tell you, we don't have a date for that yet. So I didn't get it. I didn't even seriously consider Ford, because we all know how future promises work. I wasn't even convinced that they were even telling the truth. And they did eventually come out with it. I even wrote an article showing their, like, I visited CES and saw what it was going to be. Notably, that was 6 months, like, they were showing off their Android Auto integration that they were going to eventually roll out to cars. I took pictures of that like 4 to 6 months after I bought my car that already had Android Auto. But someone kept insisting I needed to get that instead. That guy was kind of a D-bag anyway, so it is what it is. But yeah, while I was looking at the car, the salesperson, this woman that worked there, she had not like been trained on this at all. And I'm checking out the car and I'm gonna take it for a test drive, and I'm like, so I want to specifically try out the Android Auto integration. And she's like, oh yeah, I heard something about these having something like that. Yeah, I kind of want to see it too. And so I'm playing with all this stuff. I'm changing stuff around. I'm messing with settings, trying different things. And you could just see her going, what the hell? Cars can do this now? I also managed to explain and show her other things that had nothing to do with Android Auto that were just car features. I feel bad when I'm the one who knows more than salespeople. Like, I expected it at a carrier store. If I walk in and I'm looking at a smartphone and some salesperson is trying to push something on me, I feel perfectly comfortable telling them they don't know what they're doing and they should just let the professionals handle it. But when you're buying a car, you shouldn't have that experience when you yourself are not a car person. Anyway, so scrolling down a little bit, Austin, the average new car sale in the US is now 45,000. Yeah, I hate that. I can't wait for some, I know this isn't going to happen, but I would love it if someone figured out a way that we could start buying cars either cheaper or at least without the car loan actually having interest. I mean, we can do it with phones, we can do it with tons of other stuff. Can we start, I mean, I've got a laptop now that I bought with no interest and I'm making payments on it and I will pay no interest on this laptop. Can we talk about doing that with car loans someday? At least Tesla, like, this is something Tesla could do. Though Tesla will pretty much never leave the, I know you guys were talking about this earlier, but the leasing model is clearly the way to go with Tesla, even if it is worse than it used to be. I hate YouTube's comment thing. Once you fall about a page behind, it loves to do this weird bouncing thing. David, trade-off must be worth it to automakers, right? Yeah. Yeah, to what I was saying earlier, it's that competitive advantage. You can't sell a car, or in 5 years you won't be able to sell a car if it doesn't have an infotainment system that you can connect to your phone. Period. It's reality. I acknowledge there will be a rare few people, rare as in probably about 1 million or so people, who are all going to be the types that are saying, no, I don't want that in my car. And that's perfectly okay. I get it. And who knows, maybe someday somebody is going to come along and produce like the infotainment system that is like the add-in. You know, they'll develop the aftermarket infotainment system that through whatever means you can actually replace your existing thing with. That'd be great. And I hope that happens. But realistically, no one is going to want to buy a car in a few years that doesn't have this stuff. because it makes the experience better. And your resale value is going to be absolute trash if you don't have this stuff. Anyway, Austin, you really don't trust a single major automaker with software updates. Obviously, you're not counting Tesla in that equation because their software updates have actually been really good. And I agree, I don't trust any of them with updates, which is why I think Google should probably be the one handling most of this. And I know that is a cringeworthy statement because we know Google isn't even necessarily that great. But again, the platform is going to keep getting updates. And I feel pretty confident Google is going to be including some sort of clause requiring updates in a car, because a car is not something that you can just casually throw away. I really think that this is one of those things that's going to matter kind of a lot. Oh my God, Carson, you're pulling out Marco Arment tweets. Holy crap. It's funny because I listened to this guy's podcast, the Accidental Tech podcast, but at the same time, there are very few people whose opinions I take very much grain of salt territory than Marco Arment, because he has a lot of really bad opinions about a lot of things because he does not give a crap about knowing about them. Anyway, the designers at Tesla, quote, cleaned up the bottom bar. Oh, I saw this. Yeah. So they replaced the defroster and seat heaters with an app list. And yeah, he doesn't want the apps. He just wants the controls. Yep. No, that's pretty fair. Oh, I guess I was on screen share for that. But yeah, I agree. That was a pretty dumb change. So yeah, this bottom bar used to have more controls, and now you have to tap an app in order to access any of that stuff. David Lama, where's the Apple car? We'll see what happens. Feels like that something is coming someday, but not really clear what. Beside him, brother's car has Android Auto, but he doesn't use it. When I asked him why, he said the charging is too slow. USB-C really needs to come to cars. Yeah, agreed. Wholeheartedly agreed. Counterpoint, not that I think that this is an answer. I do not. I honestly think this is a bad answer, but wireless Android Auto and wireless CarPlay do sort of solve this issue. Kind of. They're not good solutions. They're not the best solutions, but technically connect wirelessly, and then you can connect your phone to a much faster charging port. I've tried it. I've done it. It works. It's not the best solution. To be fair though, no joke, all of my phones actually do charge fast enough on, I mean, they charge. I don't want to say that they charge fast, but they do charge off of my car on the Android Auto port. It's slow charging, but honestly, it's enough. I know that this isn't true for everybody, but it works for me. That being said, I know that you're gonna want to slap me for this, but it does bear saying. When I say all of my phones, I'm talking all of my pixels. And this is the part you're going to hate me for, but the only phone I've ever had that couldn't charge, it actually lost charge when it was connected to Android Auto, it was my Galaxy S7 Edge. And I have heard people with Samsung phones specifically complain that their phones lose charge. I'm not making anything out of this. I'm just saying that this is a thing. I don't know why. Carson, damn, that car looks ugly. Most new cars have USB-C, do they? I mean, I've heard of plenty that are starting to. I know that's definitely becoming a thing. I wasn't sure if it was really that standard though. Let's see. Uh, Austin and Diablo both saying they don't want it to drain while it's connected, and yeah, that's really to me the issue. I don't mind if it doesn't charge fast. I mind if it charges, or I mind if it loses charge. Because dealers want to make money on finances. Oh yeah, believe me, I totally know why car loans will pretty much always have interest. But I kind of feel like there's going to become a point where, like, every loan of any kind used to have interest. Then the credit card started doing the whole, well, no interest if you pay with it, you pay on the month. And then slowly but surely, more and more places started saying, well, no interest, or they reduce their interest. How long before some bank out there is like, you know what? We do auto loans, but we do them at lower interest than anybody else can do because we cut some deal, or maybe the automaker themselves get into doing the auto loans. And then they're like, yeah, we'll do an auto loan. It's 2% interest. Way better than any other. I honestly don't know what auto loans are normally at. I paid off mine so long ago, I don't remember. But, you know, I'm feeling the potential where automakers might get into doing that sort of thing. B-slide, and that's not how most people buy cars. I don't think it would be a deal breaker for most people. I know tons of people who don't use CarPlay and Android Auto. They plug it into the standard 12-volt chargers. By the way, this is, even though they have those things, sure, you know people like this. I'm not saying there aren't people like this. And this is, by the way, part of the reason I said in 5 years. In 5 years, I think a lot of people are going to say they will not buy a car that doesn't have some sort of option like this. Because, one, being able to communicate with people during your drive, like, you know, voice to text, or texting while driving, basically, like spoken text messages, it matters to a ton of people. Phone calls and various other features, things like that. By the way, you're noting they plug their phone into the 12-volt chargers. Based on what you said earlier, your very previous comment, chances are they're doing that because they want their phone to charge faster. Hell, there have been a couple of instances I didn't plug in a phone to Android Auto because I needed it to charge really fast. So yeah, I have done this. I get it. But would you say that the last time you used, let's say, Google Maps or navigation of any kind, do you want to do that with a tiny little phone screen, or do you want it on your car's screen? Do you want to connect everything with Bluetooth or wires or whatever method so that you can have, or sorry, do you want to go through the sort of unpleasant manual process of attaching a music service or playing a music service through your phone through the car? Or would you rather just plug your phone in and, hey, I have all my music services right here on a screen that I can tap? Do you want, like, think of all the features that are offered. That's what we have today. In 5 years, how much more is it going to be? And what are the penalties going to be in 5 years if some cop catches you driving while texting, as in the old style, you know, phone in hand, like using a swipe while you're trying to text? Things are going to get harder on people if they don't have this stuff. And navigation is so much better when you have it on a good large screen. This, I'm sorry, but in 5 years, like, a non-smart infotainment system is going to be sort of like a stick shift, a manual transmission, however you want to say it. I'm sorry, but these days you can get them. You can find cars with a manual transmission, but they are fewer and further between. People don't want them. You're saying you know people who don't care about this stuff? I don't doubt it. I don't doubt it for a second. Just like back in let's see, when I moved to Vegas, I still knew people who had manual transmissions. I knew plenty because plenty of people were perfectly happy with them. You know how many people I know now that have a manual? I honestly can't name one. I mean, I know a few people that have old beater trucks that they use for hauling crap, but I don't know anyone who goes out and intentionally buys a manual transmission anymore, except for the random few like car people that insist on getting manual transmissions. I know they exist. I don't doubt for a second they're more than I'm aware of, obviously. But they're such a deep minority. And that's the thing. Car companies, yeah, they make some things for minority buyers, but they make everything else for the vast majority. And the vast majority of people are going to demand CarPlay, Android Auto, Android Automotive. Plain and simple. They're not making this stuff for the small minority that are going to say, yeah, we don't want this or we don't care. They're making it for all the other people. And again, I did mention the point of resale. Nobody's gonna, like, if you try selling a vehicle that doesn't have this stuff, you're limiting your potential buyer list a lot. You can't resell these things in, say, 10 years. Not unless you're gonna drop your price super low. So yeah, I'm just saying, I think I think auto companies, they have no choice. They have to pick their battles. And I think the battle that they know they're gonna lose is this one. They know they have to give up some data. They know that they have to pick some company that they're going to align with. Right now, maybe they have their eyes on other options. Maybe it's not. I'm hoping that their options are not limited to just CarPlay and Android Auto. I'd love there to be another option out there. But I think, and Tesla has its own thing, of course. But honestly, I think this is a fight they aren't going to. It's a fight they're not going to keep waging. There's too little benefit for them trying to stay solo. Anyway, Diablo, the cars are gonna be asked, like, can I buy a dumb version? And for what it's worth, if we could go back, if we could do, like, it's so easy to draw comparisons to TVs. I keep saying, I want a dumb TV. I want a really pretty screen and the ability to plug in a box that controls everything. Give me that, 100%, please, give me that. I want it so bad. You know what? Same with my car. I would kill to be able to gut my Honda Accord's infotainment system. I want to rip out that screen because it's not a very good screen. It's okay, it's fine, but it's not that great. I want to rip out the old ass Android 4.1. I think that's what it's running. Maybe it was 4.3. I don't know. I want to rip that part out. I want to rip out everything that is in that infotainment system. I want to throw that in the ground, and maybe not literally, you know what I mean. And I want to put in something new. I would pay entirely too much to do that replacement. I want it bad. Not enough that I would replace a car for it. But I want to make that change. So yeah, if they would sell a car that is a completely, like, dumb infotainment option, as in basically it just has a big blank space that I can install whatever I want, and then some other company comes along and says, yeah, sure, we'll sell you Android Automotive, Android Auto, and CarPlay, whatever. We'll sell you a screen and the components you need, and we'll install it for entirely too much money. Great. I want that to happen. I really, really do. Please, auto companies, I'm begging you, do this for me. Make it happen. but I know you're not going to. So next best option is you're all gonna pick your alliances and install whatever the hell you want. Beside them, get an aftermarket one. Yeah, most of those are pretty crappy. I mean, have you looked at a lot of the options? They're not good. And a lot of them honestly aren't even that much better than what I have. And that's kind of the problem. If I could, I want my Android Auto to basically be running a, not like necessarily this year, but a modern enough version of something. I don't want to say like a flagship Qualcomm processor, but at least something from the last like 2 or 3 years. Nobody's pushing that. No one's selling that. Also, bear in mind that my infotainment system in my Honda Accord actually is linked to the second screen. This is something a lot of people, if you haven't seen it, Honda Accord, let's say I'll just pick a 2018, and let's say interior. Go to images. Oh, does this model not have it? Oh, well, that changes this conversation a little bit. Let's jump back a year then. Yeah, okay. Okay. So, zoomed in a little. Actually, is there one of these that's more close up? There's that one, but it's kind of terrible. This might actually be the better shot. Okay. So in a Honda Accord, you see this screen where they have navigation, obviously. That's where the main Android Auto interface exists. And that's the part that, presumably, if I was going to rip out a part, that's what I would rip out and replace. Now, you see that screen that's up above it with a clock? It currently says 146. That second screen is also controlled by the same system, but it's relaying a bunch of Android Auto information, or a bunch of information from Android Auto to that screen. So it serves a few different purposes. I won't get into everything, but it basically serves extra stuff. If I were to rip out the infotainment system and replace it, that screen would basically stop working. So that's not ideal either. And I mean, it's cool that they have it. That's a nice perk, but yeah, it I can't replace one thing without breaking a second thing. So that's not really ideal either. Let's see. So comment, scrolling back up, it seems likely that our entire car will be a subscription in the next decade. Waymo wants to be your car. Austin, I actually agree, and that scares me in good and bad ways, because I'm not sure how it's going to work when, and obviously leasing is already basically a car subscription, but I'm not sure how it's going to work when you're somebody like me, where I drive not even once a week. My car does not get that much use, which sucks, but when your car is a subscription, it's painfully unideal to be paying for something that with a fairly high subscription cost that you don't use, or you don't use that much, and then in, say, however many years, when you decide to resell the car or something like that, you don't, like, with me, my car, I can still resell it for actually quite a bit because it has hardly any miles on it. But if I pay a subscription the same as everybody else, I'm paying as much as everyone else and getting nothing back from not using it that much. So kind of a crappy deal. Let's see. Rolling down, beside him, you like Android Auto. I mean, it is pretty good. I gotta admit, at this point, I'm kind of liking... it's been a while since I've tried it, but I do think CarPlay is a little bit nicer. At least visually, I think CarPlay is nicer. But neither one of them's great. They're both just good. And I certainly use Android Auto most because I'm not going to plug in my old iPhone SE just so I can use CarPlay. It's not worth it. Let's see. Diablo, yeah, manual, definitely not the daily. Traffic would be shit with one. Yeah, no, a manual transmission was fine living where I did and do in Oregon. When I moved to Vegas, manual transmission was a bad thing. When all you're doing is driving from stoplight to stoplight, stop and go traffic is just the worst. Yeah, not ideal. Let's see. By the way, Carson, I actually know about that. I have the tab. Carson posted in the RambleCast chat that AT&T is giving away 6 months of NVIDIA's. Damn it, what's the name of it? GeForce Now. Took me a second. So yeah, I'm going to use that. I just haven't yet. And if I remember correctly, I think that is the one where you still have like time limits, but it's better or something. I need to look at it, but yeah, I may use that, or I will use it. I just don't know how much. But yeah, at least I can put a good chunk of the Steam library to use that way. Alright, back into chat comments. B-Slime charging is too slow though. You get like 30 to 40% an hour. Yeah, I mean, if you're driving around a car, that does... unless you're on a long road trip, that does suck. To be fair, circumstances are different from person to person. Like in my case, I have to drive 25 to 30 minutes to get anywhere I normally would go. That's a pretty good amount of charging. And, you know, even if it's only 15 to 20%, which actually I think I get a bit more than that. I'm sure I get a bit more than that. But yeah, I mean, that's fine. That's totally okay. But for someone who has to hop in their car and drive for 10 minutes, yeah, you don't get a lot of charging out of plugging in a phone. So yeah, you want faster charging. I get that. But for me, yeah, it works fine. And it charges fast enough. And Diablo, don't get why they put crappy plugs, put in the best charging outlets. Yeah, I agree. I really wish they would. It's so stupid that they don't. It sucks. I understood it with the first couple of cars that came out, but I can't understand for a second why they aren't all packed with USB-C, USB 3.0, fast charge, at least moderately fast charging. Like this is an easy thing this is a problem that could be solved. Why they're not solving it, I don't know. Let's see, cars in 6 hours. If it's 6 hours, yeah, that would be fine for game stream nights for sure. Yeah, and I am gonna look into it for sure, because that would basically solve my lack of things to play, because I'm semi-committed to just rolling through Hitman for a little while, but yeah, I've got enough stuff in the Steam library that I could certainly pull up a lot of those options, and I still don't know what I would necessarily play, but yeah, there are more options. Wait, what? Stadia 2 Chromecast Pro and controller for $19.99. I'm not sure what that's about. Okay, really quick before I forget, I'm also closing a couple of tabs that I don't need to have open. And we'll switch back to that view because there was no reason to stay on there. Also, oh, yeah. I already hit that topic. Today, I won't go into the topic because I don't think there's really anything to add, but today, somebody wrote, who wrote that? I don't remember now. Anyway, there was a trending topic on Twitter about Apple AirTags being used for stalking and bad actors, so to speak. And somebody tried giving a scary version of, like, oh my god, there's an Apple AirTag following you around when at the end of the night. And I'm like, no, dude. You know what's scary would be if your Apple, or if you don't have an iPhone and you find out after weeks or months of being tracked that you're being tracked. Like, that's scarier than finding out an AirTag followed you home one night. And that's how it's going to be for every person with Android phones. Apple needs to solve this problem in a bigger way than just putting out a crappy app that barely works. Okay, anyway. B-side, I just bought an iPhone 13 mini. Okay. Oh, Carson. It's an offer from AT&T, but it requires you to buy a 5G device or be a fiber customer. No thanks. I mean, if AT&T offered fiber around here, I would at least consider it. I have fiber from a different provider, so the odds of considering this, or the odds of getting AT&T if they offered fiber, are low, but I'd at least put it on my maybe list. And as far as new 5G device, no. I'm not against that, but I don't really have any reason to rush to AT&T and get anything. The next phone that I would get from AT&T would probably be, like, if there's a crazy good deal on the next iPhone, maybe. But at the moment, there isn't a crazy good deal. What I need to do also is I need to start watching for used. Maybe mid-summer, I need to start watching for used iPhones that I can use as trade-ins. Because that's clearly the strategy to go with. Oh yeah, I still have that tab open. I was going to talk about that. Not really a lot to say, because I feel like that the wind was taken out of the sails on that already. But yeah, the FAA has agreed not to seek any more 5G delays from AT&T and Verizon. I mean, to me, this I didn't read The Verge's post. Thank you for linking it, but I'm not going to bother reading it. To me, what stands out about this is they probably weren't going to keep asking for delays. I feel like that ship was pretty much almost at its destination, and maybe they would have asked for more, but at some point, AT&T and Verizon were already not going to give them much more. So it feels like kind of a blown out story for nothing. And honestly, a small part of me is starting to wonder. I've had this thought kick around. I kind of thought it was just a dumb thought that couldn't be real for a while, but as the day has gone by, I've thought more and more about this, and it can't leave my mind. Some part of me is wondering if AT&T and Verizon wanted this to happen. They wanted this fight. They wanted this publicity because it basically just advertises that they have 5G service. They want every opportunity to remind people about 5G. I mean, that sounds dumb and conspiratorial, but it's also the sort of crap that they pull. So I'm not saying that's the case, but part of me just wonders if that's what this is. It's just a stunt to, and who knows, maybe they intentionally picked the fight with the FAA, or maybe they asked the FAA, hey, can you ask us to not do this and we'll fight you on it, and then we'll give in, but then you'll give in, and I don't know, but this just feels like something too dumb. So yeah, anyway, like I said, I don't have a lot to add, and obviously Austin, I know you have a lot more involvement in this and you know way more about it, so I'm not going to try to even explain the details because I'd probably get something wrong that you could explain better. But ultimately, this just feels like, yeah, like airlines threaten mass flight cancellations if cell carriers turned on 5G in close proximity to the airports. Like, really? You're gonna cancel flights? Like, you're not gonna wait to see if it causes a problem. You're just gonna straight up cancel flights? Don't get me wrong. I said it before, like, the liability factor is way huger for the airlines. So, you know, they'll be way more cautious. And it looks really, really bad for the cell carriers if anything does happen and it turns out that they were at fault. But this whole thing just feels so bogus in the weirdest way. Like, it's so much more dramatic than it should be. And why would FCC sell it if it's harmful? Okay. I still come back to that one being the FCC's job may not necessarily have been to solve that problem, but it could have been. It's unclear because they would have consulted with the FAA to make this determination in the first place. The FAA would have also notably had time to do things about this. Likewise, and I said this before, the engineers of 5G, of the various 5G technologies, I'm going to phrase it that way because it makes more sense that way. At every step of the way, they have had the obligation to look into all of this stuff before they ever submitted any of it. Before any of this stuff started going into effect or being built out, physically built out, before it was even turned on anywhere, they would have had to look at all of this stuff and know what bands that they're in, or what bands they would be bumping up against. They would know whether or not the signals are going to cause interference. They would have had to test a lot of this stuff. All of this stuff would have had to happen long ago. Now, it's possible that every group at some step has said, oh, you know what? Those other guys will test it. We don't need to. That's possible. Is it likely? I honestly don't know. But this feels like a stunt on all sides. I can't help but think that the FAA, the FCC, and the carriers, and strictly speaking also the airline carriers, I feel like everyone is raising flags for the attention more than anything else. And maybe I'm wrong. Maybe there is a huge safety factor here. And believe me, I'm the first to say there very well could be. But the way that they're behaving, the amount of hype that they have put on this thing feels wrong. That's the thing. Something about this feels wrong. So anyway, let's see the comments. Beastlightem says, I hate it. I'm not sure what that's in reference to. And why would FCC sell it if it's harmful? Okay, I read that one. There's no way it could be my only phone. Oh, the iPhone. You hate the iPhone. Yeah, I understand that. And you know, I'll still say it. I think iPads are great tablets. I would choose one of those over an Android tablet. But man, when it comes to phones, I can't do an iPhone. Though one of these days I do want to actually give a try to an iPhone. Just do the 1 month with an iPhone kind of challenge thing. Who knows? Maybe by now all the things that I disliked about it I would start to like or not care about. And contrary to popular myth, it's super buggy. I've heard that about iPhones for years. I agree. A lot of people talk like they're perfect, but yeah, their development of the iPhone has not been as stable as it used to be. Let's see. Honestly, the cameras are one of the biggest disappointments. I don't hear that too often. I mean, I always, you know, there's a reason why everybody keeps ranking the iPhone cameras like near the top, but never actually the top. At least the fairly objective rankings. The iPhone always loses in a lot of little subtle ways. It still takes really great pictures, but yeah, when you're comparing side by side against top tier Galaxy phones, top tier Pixels, honestly, it's great. The iPhones are great, but they're just not on quite the same nitpicky level. It's close, just not there enough. But yeah, you know, the thing is, they are also a little bit easier for certain types of people. They're a little bit more accessible, and of course iPhones are trendy. And you know, obviously things like iMessage, and I'm suddenly blanking on what else there could be, but you know, that's the whole thing. I've got no problem with people who want to use an iPhone. I just have problems with people who ignore or degrade other people for not wanting to use an iPhone. Because that's where you're just being a D-bag, is if you tell other people that their decisions suck because they just want it, they don't like the thing you're using. Okay, saw a weird email. Oh, which reminds me. Wait, why did that happen? Oh, nice. No? Wait, what the hell? Stupid thing. Okay. I signed out of one freaking device and it logs, or signed out of Google on one device by accident, and it signed me out of multiple accounts. Why the hell? I hate that. Oh, what am I doing? Sorry, I just realized that there was something wonky set up a certain way, and I wanted to solve that real quick. Okay. No, not that. That one. Are you kidding me? Oh, whoops. Wrong account. That's the problem. Wait, what the hell? Huh. Yeah, it logged me out of way more stuff than it possibly should have. That's really weird. Anyway. Okay, so that's fixed. All because I clicked one space down from what I intended to while I was in a rush. Oh man, and I just see another really, really weird... What the Oh my... Okay. I'm not gonna look at that anymore, but... There's this weird... I guess you could call it a social network, though honestly it's not a social network as much as it is just like a weird forum site called Fishbowl. It's supposed to be for professionals in certain fields, and I figured screw it, I'd sign up because I kind of camp wherever I can. I camp my name on services so that people aren't pretending to be me. Anyway, and Fishbowl sucks, it's garbage, but I kid you not, there's this one of the topics somebody brought up, quote, "My wife and I haven't been intimate in over 18 months, and to be honest, not into her anymore, physically. This can't be the rest of my life, can it? Question mark." Why is this question coming up in a professional forum? What the crap? I don't... Why? Like... That's not the... Is that something that you would want your quote-unquote, we'll say colleagues, other people in your industry, is this something you want them to see? Is this something you want to tell them about? If it is, no offense, I wouldn't hire you. Actually, go ahead, take offense to that. Like, sure, if you sit down with people you've worked with for a while and are close friends with, okay, this can be a conversation. I get it. It's something called Fishbowl. Technically you have to be kind of linked, or like sort of invited, I guess. No, not movies. Oops. Come on. I hate this interface so much. The Play Store sucks for interface design. Let's see, the app. Yeah, this is it. Ugliest fucking icon. I'll drop the link in chat, but I don't think anyone's gonna want to join. So yeah, there it is. And this particular thing apparently came from the COVID-19 discussion, which, okay, whatever that has to do with it. But yeah, the whole idea is it's supposed to kind of connect people in the same industry to each other. So I'm in the journalist group, even though I kind of would rather just be in the developers group. And weirdly, they won't let you be part of two groups. You are either a journalist, or you're a software developer, or you're I don't remember what the others are, but yeah, it's really dumb. Anyway, also, if you don't log in from your phone every 30 days or so, they don't close your account, but they basically lock you out, and you have to re-verify from your work address. It is so stupid. Anyway, yeah, so I am no longer, LinkedIn account or work email required. Like, it actually, that's part of their necessity. It is such a dumpster fire of a thing. And when you see that they're trending posts, I mean, let's see, am I giving anything away if I, hold on a sec. I'll screen share this, but I want to make sure I adjust the sizing a little bit so you're only seeing the stuff that's okay. Not that I have that much to hide, but this shows up in my work email, so I don't want all the labels necessarily visible. Anyway, yeah, here it is. I mean, here's what's going on this week in the communities you follow. A senior creative wrote this, and there's that headline. Like, you can see this, that this is, I'm sorry, but what? Who promotes this stuff to other people in their industry? This feels like a weird choice. There are better places to have this discussion, I think. Maybe I'm wrong. I've been wrong before. I don't think I'm wrong about this. But hey, whatever. Yeah, this is why looking at email while live streaming is dangerous, because every once in a while you're gonna see stuff like that and go, what? Yeah, no. Anyway, so all right, do I have any other topics? We already kind of, the tabs I have open for stuff are pretty much hit. Post that on LinkedIn. Nobody reads LinkedIn. Oh, Carson, you also linked to, you linked to Chrome Unboxed. Shame. For shame. HP unleashes the beast in the Elite Dragonfly Chromebook with 2 world's firsts. Oh god, I'm so concerned about what these firsts are gonna be, but okay. How long? Okay, this isn't super long, but where are they? What are they? Easily one of the most impressive, new features on board, tweaks, combination of impressive and exciting. All right. So what are the amazing, impossible things that they've done? Aluminum magnesium hybrid chassis that screams premium. We'll have a hands-on video. The color Dragonfly Blue is gorgeous. The texture is matte finished, blah blah blah. Looking at that spec list, there are a few things that stand out. First, the 12th gen Intel processors are expected, but nice to see alongside the massive RAM option, up to 32 gigs. I mean, okay, but up to 32. Wait, is this like super tiny? It doesn't look like it. Okay, it's not fat, though the display actually looks pretty chunky. But yeah, it's not like a desktop replacement, but it's also not like a Ultrabook super thin and light kind of thing either. But you know, I feel like you can't necessarily get super excited about that RAM option when I mean, like, there's nothing wrong with it. 32 gigs, awesome. But to be fair, MacBook Pro up to 64. I'm just saying, like, guys, 32, nice. It's not like it's mind-blowing. Okay. Paired with some great screen options, 400 nits of brightness, higher resolution, the Elite C1030. We already have a nice combo, doesn't stop there. The keyboard is, on this one, as good as it gets, as it sits above the world's first and the haptic trackpad to be employed. Oh, first haptic trackpad to be employed on a Chromebook. Okay, so it's not really a world's first until you qualify it. Similar tech to the Magic Trackpad 2. Means you get a... Well, this is a first on the Dragonfly. Hope this becomes standard on all Chromebooks above 400 in the future. It's a Chromebook, Cody. Yeah, okay. Article is Carson. Article is garbage. You linked it for the spec sheet. Okay. The other notable features include magnetically attaching USI pin. Yeah, that's not particularly new. All right. Yeah, I don't get what they're... I mean, okay, this is probably a nice combination of things, but I don't... I'm not sure what's special here. Like, congrats, they did a couple things that are a little bit novel, sort of, but I'm not sure what I'd be looking for that's special. Feel free to clarify or tell me. Point me in the right direction, rather. David Lama, think 32 gig is plenty. Here's the thing. I will go on record as saying 8 gig is simply not enough, period, end of discussion. 16 is good for a lot of people. It's not, I think it's not necessarily ideal. But, you know, 16 will work for a lot of people. It gets the job done. 32 is where I think for most people that is either overkill, but probably not by a lot. It's overkill. For some people, you need 32. Believe me, I can put 32 to use. I have many times. 64. I think 64 is overkill for the vast majority of people. But if you're one of those people that can use it, hot damn, is 64 a good number. You want to, if you can use it, if you can put that to work, it makes a world of difference to have that much extra if you're putting it to work. So yeah, anyway, like, don't get me wrong, I don't think most people need this, but that doesn't change the fact that I would love to I would love an excuse to get that. 32 is overkill on a Chromebook. A Chromebook is overkill on a Chromebook. Having a display is more than a Chromebook needs. How much of a hater do I sound like for saying that? But no, I'm not a big fan of Chromebooks, you know. I honestly don't actually hate them. I just don't care. To me, they serve a purpose that will just, it doesn't overlap with me at all. It just can't. As much as I still kind of wish it would, because there are things that Chrome OS presumably offers that are appealing, but it just doesn't. Like the goal of Chrome OS, I mean, the intent of Chrome OS, that, you know, that whole presumptive notion that you're just going to, like, if the laptop suddenly falls, like, you've got the plane door open, the laptop somehow gets swept up and rolls out the door and falls down towards the San Francisco Bay, lands, and like, it's lost forever. That notion that you could walk into a Best Buy or Fry's doesn't exist anymore. Never mind. The notion that you could walk into a Walmart and pick up a Chromebook and promptly sign in and get all your crap back. That sounds awesome. I really like that idea. Even if it's not even remotely how it is, or so I'm told. I'm told it's really not at all like that. It's a pretty concept, but it doesn't work. Doesn't change the fact that, you know, it's a neat idea. Circuit City. Man, remember when those existed? It's like Blockbuster. But yeah, the Chromebooks can't offer anything to me. That's kind of the whole thing. They just don't have anything that I want or need, and that, you know, that doesn't mean that they're bad. There are other reasons that they're bad, but yeah, they just can't offer anything to me. I'm not that type of user. I mean, right now on one computer I have Xcode open because I'm writing a native app. In two computers, I guess the app is currently closed on both of them, but I have two computers where I'm running video conversions because I want to convert a bunch of stored video into H.265 because I want to save space. I have a bunch of video files I need to archive. I want to save space, so they're all turning into H.265. This is a natural thing. This is something I literally am doing all the time. I don't think you can run H.265 conversions on a Chromebook. Like, I'm sure you could build, or I'm sure you could use a Linux container and sort of do this, but it's going to be slow because most Chromebooks don't have any power. And most of them don't have good video cards, so you're also losing some performance potential. You can't edit video on a Chromebook in any decent way. I'm currently editing some ProRes video on my 2021 MacBook, 16-inch MacBook Pro. That ProRes video, you better believe it. It moves so smoothly on this thing because it is designed to handle ProRes. But you know what I can't do that on? A Chromebook. I could probably get that video to technically load on a Chromebook. I'm not even sure you could play it on a Chromebook, honestly. Most Chromebooks. I'm sure there are some that could be built to do this. But it's not realistic. Come on. But I could go buy a cheap Windows laptop. Say a $400, maybe $600 Windows laptop. Those could at least, I mean, they wouldn't handle it well. They could do it though. Chromebooks are designed to not do those workloads. Anyway, so enough beating up on Chromebooks. And speaking of enough, it is 4 minutes to 7 my time. So it is pretty much the time that I usually try really, really hard to actually stop at. So I think that is the end of the show for tonight. Thanks to everyone for coming and hanging out, being part of the conversation, hanging out with me, chatting with me, giving me things to think about. Let's see. What is happening this weekend? I don't know. There will be streams, I'm pretty confident. I think there's probably going to be, God, I know I keep saying this. There's a chance of a photo taking or photo editing stream. I need to, maybe I'll take the opportunity to move that. That would actually be a good idea. Oh, I need to move. Actually, I need to move this. So yeah, there's a chance of a stream for that this weekend. Otherwise, it's probably going to be game streams. Fair chance I may go Hitman. Also, very realistic chance that I will hit GeForce Now and see about getting started on a couple of things there. Because after all, the Steam library is massive, and it needs it could deserve a little bit of play. It'd be nice to actually put to work a few of those games. Because really quick, as I start up Steam, and let's see if it makes me, I bet it's gonna make me log in. Is it gonna make me log in? Oh, wait, what? Steam quit unexpectedly. Why? Oh, Steam's legit crashing on my MacBook. Not the new one. This is the older one. The one running Intel. So that's not a reason for it to be crashing. How about over here? I just wanted to see how many were in the list. Yeah, I know not all Steam games are available. In fact, quite a crap load of them aren't, because the publishers just outright said none of our stuff. But it would be kind of, you know, I still want to see what the total mass potential could be. It looks like 339 in my Steam library. So freaking many. So yeah, with 339, I feel reasonably confident there's more than a couple that I could pop in and play on GeForce Now. One of these days, I actually kind of want to see how some of these play on the new MacBook too. I haven't gotten around to trying that, but in theory, the ones that play on an Apple machine, or on a Mac, sorry, why did I say Apple machine? The ones that would play on a Mac, there are quite a few of them. I'm curious how they perform with an M1 Max processor. David, you think you're gonna do a shot for every missed photo stream promise? Man, before you do, just let me know, because I want to invest in Diageo real quick. And that reference I know will make no sense to hardly anybody. Diageo is the company that owns, or either owns and or distributes more liquor than any other company in the world. They are attached to Bacardi, Smirnoff. They distribute for like almost every major scotch that comes over here. Like, it's a massive list. Anyway, yeah. So it wouldn't matter what you drank. The odds are you're somehow giving money to Diageo. Anyway, So now that I've over-explained that joke massively, let's see, what was I going to say? Yeah, so possibility of Hitman, very high likelihood that I'll check out GeForce Now and see how that's going to go. The biggest catch with GeForce Now is I need to see what is going to be necessary for hooking up the controller. If I can you can use the Stadia controllers with GeForce Now, right? Looking that up real quick. Stadia controller, GeForce Now. Looks like it. When plugged in via USB cable, not USB-A, the Stadia controller acts as a regular dual analog gamepad. You just need to add support for the new controller and maybe a button mapping. Tried it already, but it's not recognized by GFN. Other games running locally outside of GFN recognize it, as does the sub. Oh, this is a question from 2 years ago. I guess I have a PlayStation 4 controller. I'm sure that's got to work. So this doesn't matter. I've got controllers. I was just curious if the Stadia controller works, but there is absolutely no reason to use that over a PS4 controller. And I bet this would work on other platforms. Actually, GeForce Now, does GeForce Now work on all Android TV devices or just the Shields? I might look into that too. Because not that really changes too much, but technically that might make streaming a little bit easier. Or will it? I don't know. Actually, that might not. It might be more. Well, okay. There's a bunch of stuff to consider. I'll figure it out. Anyway, I'm sure between the various things I have lying around, this is a problem that can be solved. So anyway, for real this time, thank you all for coming by, hanging out, being part of the conversation. If you'd like to help support the channel, there are links down below. I swear I will get rid of that stupid Streamlabs link that I keep forgetting to replace. It will get a PayPal link somewhere very soon. I feel stupid that I haven't already changed this. Might try to do that tonight, actually. And with that, I hope you all have an excellent week. I will see you in Discord. Carson is dropping in links for the system requirements, which I should check out. And with that, hope you all do quite well, and good night, everybody.